All right, hello, hello. Welcome. We have another severe weather day. So another live stream here with rapidly developing storms as they came across Lake Michigan into northwest Indiana and western lower Michigan. Those storms now are making their way into northeast Indiana and western Michigan right now with a number of severe thunderstorm warnings around the Grand Rapids area, Kalamazoo, down through Fort Wayne and Muncie, Indiana. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch for much of lower Michigan, including Mount Pleasant, Bay City, Saginaw, down through Flint, Lansing, over to Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, and then into the Detroit metro area. South of there, we have a new tornado watch. Covers much of Ohio as well as parts of eastern Indiana, basically from the areas just east of Indianapolis all the way to areas around Cleveland, Ohio, and then on the south side just north of Cincinnati. I'm just going to double check audio here. And just make sure we're rolling. Yeah, that looks good on the audio side. I have to switch the graphic real quick and then we'll dive into these storms. Okay, that should work. That should pull up here in just a second. All right. And before things get really bad, let me set up the live cams here. New severe thunderstorm coming out for areas north of Fort Wayne, near the Angola area. The live camera situation isn't the best in these two states. Looking at the traffic cameras, it looks like instead of being the live cameras like we've watched in Pennsylvania and other parts, Iowa yesterday, this one takes a snapshot every minute or two, but still nice to see conditions around the states that we're dealing with. So this one is on 94 and Michigan 37. So that's up in the Marshall area. We have storms around that location. So we should start seeing more here, especially as the storms coming from the Battle Creek area enter the camera. All right, so let's take a little bit of a tour down the line. Starting up near Big Rapids, Michigan, and Route 131. Strong storms, they've stayed sub-severe up there. We had a severe thunderstorm warning for a while here around the Grand Rapids area. Those storms are pushing out now along 96 in Lowell Charter Township, headed towards Iona, and then further down I-96 towards Portland, and eventually into the Lansing, Michigan area. That line extends down into the Battle Creek area with some strong storms. Right now, non-severe. This storm looks interesting on radar. Let's take a look at this storm. There is some rotation in here. Just south of Lee Center and Partello, headed towards Duck Lake and Albion Landing. This area is an interesting storm that we can definitely watch and follow. Rotation right now pretty weak and broad as it came across the Marshall area. This storm is out ahead of the line, so it's one of the storms that are definitely worth monitoring. And it does look like rotation picked up here as it's come north and east of Marshall. So that is one to watch here in lower Michigan. If that continues to intensify, the rotation here, that would be headed up northeast towards Brookfield and Eaton Rapids here in lower Michigan. Probably going to slide just east of all of that and likely stay east of I-69. But that's a strong little cell, maybe some small hail up in here towards Brookfield. So we will keep an eye on that storm. Otherwise, strong storms and scattered storms down here by Coldwater, they turn severe again into our tornado watch area north of Fort Wayne. With a strong storm, some rotation in there, some broad rotation around Hudson. That storm is sliding up towards Angola, and then it's going to cross the Indiana Toll Road around Fremont and York here, where Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan all meet up. That storm is also being warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail. Storms have definitely picked up in intensity here this afternoon and quickly, a little bit earlier than the models may have been expecting. Just checking the live stream here real quick. All right, that looks good. You can see some rain hitting our traffic cam here. That's right by I-94. And the Marshall area. Okay. Everything looks like it's going good. Fort Wayne right now, some general thunderstorms on your west side, non-severe. So if anyone's in the Fort Wayne area, you may get through this event here before those storms pick up. Down here towards Bern and Geneva in eastern Indiana, have a severe thunderstorm. It looks like back in the last county near Hartford City, Indiana, there was a public report of 1-inch hail, at least the size of quarters, around the Hartford City area. So still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is, in general, headed up to the areas, if that holds together, around Delphos and Van Wert, Ohio. So that one will likely extend a severe thunderstorm warning into Ohio here in a few minutes. A little bit of bowing there, so that's likely some gusty winds close to that 60-mile-an-hour threshold as well. And then storms back building down on the north side of Indianapolis, non-severe at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on those. Some strong storms developing east of Muncie, Indiana, and headed in the areas around Union City and Winchester in Indiana right now. So most of our threat at the moment is in eastern Indiana, and then a lack of severe thunderstorms at the moment in Michigan. That does not mean that Michigan is out of the woods. In fact, I would expect our severe thunderstorm threat is going to pick up here. A little rotation here in this kink in the line near Lake Odessa. Definitely worth monitoring. Right now it's pretty broad rotation. At the very least, this line is producing gusty winds and maybe some small hail, especially to these areas here south of Iona along I-96. The line was forecasted to intensify as it moves east. Still no warning here, but this rotation has intensified a bit near Brookfield and just south and east of Olivet. It's a storm that we were monitoring with some rotation a little bit ago as it came across the Marshall area. It's now up near Brookfield. It may be trying to do something. The problem, it's running out of room out ahead of this line. So there may be some cell mergers coming soon. You can see it's had some broad rotation that's picked up around the Marshall area. And certainly the last couple scans look a little more impressive with that rotation. But it is traveling at a slower pace north and east than this line is traveling east. So eventually, the leading edge of this line is going to catch our little storm here. And that will be interesting to see if rotation can be maintained during that cell merger. Sometimes the rotation is maintained or even enhanced during a cell merger, and then other times it gets completely wiped out. So we'll track that. A couple other rotation points along the line, but still nothing that is remarkable. Certainly nothing like we saw yesterday in Iowa. Wouldn't be surprised if this area gets a severe thunderstorm warning again around the Iona area. On both radars, seeing some hail and certainly seeing some gusty winds here pushing out towards Iona right now in the Belding and just about to enter downtown Iona right now. Next up in line for those gustier winds and small hail opportunities is going to be Portland, Michigan. Eventually over to the 127 corridor. New warning coming out with a tornado possible tag. This is for that storm around Bern and Geneva. with hail, and you can see there is some rotation here near Wilshire, right on the Indiana and Ohio state lines. Decatur is in for some gusty winds, maybe some small hail coming up towards the Decatur, Indiana area. That should slide also north and east towards Wern. Wilshire and Wern, though, are on the edge that has that rotation point. Right in here, right on 33 towards the Ohio and Indiana state line. That is also generally making its way up toward the Van Wert area. Also in this warning is Ohio City, Abenaka, Wren, Convoy, Van Wert. So if you're in these areas, take this storm seriously. It is showing some signs of rotation, also has gusty winds, small hail. So good to stay indoors, away from windows, preferably on the lowest level of your building. Certainly storms like this can and sometimes do produce tornadoes at little to no notice. So if you're already in that lowest floor, then it's pretty easy to hunker into your tornado safe space, which would be a lowest floor interior room. Put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Avoid a temporary structure such as a mobile home, a garage that's those shed type garages that are metal and not really solidly built to the ground. Find some sturdy structure that's permanently built. If you're out ahead of this line, good to start thinking about those tornado safety plans. No tornado warnings yet, but that one is a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible for that rotation here right around the Wren and Wilshire area, headed up towards Van Wert. There are some smaller cities and towns that I'm sure show up when we zoom in. If I don't say your town name, hopefully you know the area that you're in. So if I'm at least hitting some of these bigger town names, you know where you are in relation to those. But generally, yes, this is going to slide, the rotation point is going to slide south of Decatur. Maybe another rotation point right in here along 33 as well. So this is one to watch, as this line also has some bowing segments here. Let's put it about right there. So you can see this line is showing some bowing segments and a couple rotation points showing up on this in the velocity. Right near Wren and Wilshire and just south of Decatur, Indiana. The storm that's been developing over Fort Wayne now has a special weather statement. Those are usually just levels just below severe, and often we see those get upgraded, especially when it's a storm that's upscaling. It tends to be the precursor to a severe thunderstorm warning. But right now it's being warned for pea-sized hail and 40-mile-an-hour winds, especially this area north side of Fort Wayne toward the Dunn Mill area. That area looks like it has some hail signatures. Also starting to see some gusty winds in that storm too. So the hail part of the storm is likely sliding just north of downtown Fort Wayne, and that's going to slide up towards 469 and 69 towards Cedarville, Grable, and Cedar Canyons. North, still a broad area of weak rotation around Angola. Not even a tornado possible tag on that one yet. It's just too broad. But some small hail, gusty winds, 60 miles an hour, approaching the Indiana Toll Road. And then further up, I want to check our rotating storm. Still rotating by Brookfield. Nothing that has rose to the level of a tornado warning yet. However, I think there's still some decent sized hail up here just to the north of Brookfield. A little surprised this one hasn't got a severe thunderstorm warning yet. I would probably have a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for these areas here around Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Onondaga. This is areas south of Lansing. We'll keep an eye on that one. Definitely the hail core has picked up a little bit and still showing some broad rotation around the Brookfield area right now. Nothing really showing on CC except the CC drops that you kind of randomly see here. The greens and yellows are kind of scattered across this storm, and that is indicating some hail here suspended in the updraft. So, little surprised there's not at least a special weather statement, if not a severe thunderstorm. If you're out ahead of this, it's good idea to stay away from windows and get to interior rooms here if you're up towards the Eaton Rapids area, certainly in Brookfield right now. At the very least, there's some gusty winds and likely some small hail coming your way. Definitely get indoors as that area moves up towards Eaton Rapids. That's actually one of the stronger storms I'm seeing on radar here in Michigan area right now. Gusty winds, small hail, sub-severe coming through Iona. Not a fun ride right now on 96. And there it is. Oh. That's weird. Just got the notification and a box popped up for a severe thunderstorm warning here around that storm that we were just talking about. And then it just immediately disappeared. There it goes. Okay. They are going to warn this, like I was just saying. They were going to warn this for tornado possible, almost an inch in hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, this is for the storm that's located 6 miles southwest of Eaton Rapids. So it should be around Eaton Rapids at 1:30 Eastern time here. Yeah, this is a pretty strong storm. Still broad rotation, showing up now just to the east, northeast of Brookfield. That's also going to be sliding up towards Eaton Rapids. And then this hail core is definitely growing here. With at least 0.75 inch hail right up in this area here. That's also sliding towards Eaton Rapids. So 2 reasons to stay indoors if you're up in the Eaton Rapids area. Here now east of 69, south of east of Charlotte in central Michigan. Let's check in on our other storm with a severe thunderstorm tornado possible. Also, this one has an 1.5 inch hail. That's coming right towards the Van Wert area. Probably with some ping pong ball sized hail. The rotation, I would say, has decreased. It's a lot broader here and weaker just north of Wren. So that's a good sign for the rotation. Not so good for the hail size that this storm is being warned for. Although I am seeing less of those purples. So for the short term, this storm may be on a downtrend. I still have to watch that area. You can see the rotation here was a little tighter when it came across the areas around Wren and Wilshire. Still some broad rotation up north and east of Wren, but not as big of an imminent tornado threat. These storms are crossing into an area that has a tornado watch. So if you're just tuning in, Cleveland, Toledo, Columbus, down to Dayton and areas just north of Cincinnati and in Ohio, all under a tornado watch. And then areas north and east of Indianapolis around Fishers, Anderson, Muncie, all have a tornado watch. That extends all the way up through Fort Wayne, basically along and east of I-69 is the tornado watch threat. And then north of the Michigan and Ohio state line, there is a severe thunderstorm watch that includes right now all of lower southeast Michigan from Mount Pleasant, Bay City, all the way down through the Detroit metro, Ann Arbor, and near Lansing, also out towards Jackson, Hillsdale, and Coldwater. Severe threat diminishing if you're on western shore here of Michigan along Lake Michigan. Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids now dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. But watching this storm, this is maybe our strongest storm at the moment for both hail and some rotation. So now larger hail core coming out towards Eaton Rapids, and then rotation is between Brookfield and Eaton Rapids at the moment. This is, let's see, what did they, northeast at 30. So they're warning this northeast at 30. I'm going to track just kind of east of the mezzo and track that out north and east at 30 to give some of the most advanced warning. Eaton Rapids in about 5 minutes. If the rotation holds together, Petриeville in about 10 minutes, and then Kingsland in 14, Holt in about 25. This is likely going to stay south of downtown Lansing, but could be up into the areas south of Lansing around 127 and 96. Testing, testing, testing. Okay. All right, that sounds good. I think we're live again. Tornado warning now for the Lansing area. Radar. Yeah, okay. A little bit of audio drop. Sorry about that, everyone. So Lansing area now has a tornado warning. First tornado warning of the day, and it's now come out in an area that's not in the tornado watch area. But we've been watching the storm for quite a while as it's come across Eaton Rapids and actually a rotation out of the Marshall area. It's also had that look. It's a supercell. It's well structured with hail and gusty winds here north of the rotation. And then the rotation point is here along M99 between Eaton Rapids and Windsor Charter Township. This tornado warning does include Lansing, East Lansing, Delhi Charter Township, Windsor Charter Township, Diamond Head or Diamonddale, and then out east of Lansing here along 96, Williamston, and areas north and east of Lansing here, Okemos and Meridian, Mason, and areas here around Eaton Rapids and Petриeville. This is a tornado warning, radar indicated. Rotation is actually and ironically a little weaker than it was a little bit ago. I would say it was actually stronger as we started watching it here around Brookfield. You can see it come across Brookfield and then the areas between Brookfield and Eaton Rapids. And then a decently strong rotation here just to the north and west side of Eaton Rapids. That now has broadened and weakened now that it's ironically had a tornado warning now. Still has this appendage on the reflectivity that is around Petриeville and Kingsland right now, headed up towards Delhi Charter Township. It's starting to interact with the line of storms that's coming behind it here between Grand Ledge and Charlotte. Something I mentioned earlier is we'll have to see how the interaction with the line of storms, and really it's going to get merged into this line of storms. We'll have to see what that does, if the rotation can hold on and incorporate into that line, or if they can stay out ahead. This was previously a more discrete supercell. It's definitely losing its discreteness here. You can see back by Marshall, it was a lot further out ahead of the line. That was back in the Battle Creek area. And then rotation intensified between, what was that, Brookfield and Eaton Rapids. And for its chances at a tornado genesis, I think are quickly approaching its limit. Still rotating here along M99 south of Delhi Charter Township. Quickly though, the line is starting to move into this area. And you can see all of the shower and thunderstorm development around this storm as the line is really starting. Something's going on with the mic, so we're going to switch it up here. All right, there we go. Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Still in a temporary setup here for the studio. So I was on a wireless mic, but it was kind of losing audio at points. It sounded better. So I definitely want to make sure we have at least some. It's not going to be perfect audio, but it's better than none. So, especially with a tornado warning here coming up into the areas here around the Lansing and East Lansing. Still a ongoing tornado warning for Williamston over towards East Lansing, Lansing, and down towards Diamond Head. Delhi Township is under the gun here for this tornado warned storm. Quickly, the line is starting to really push towards this cell, as this was out in front of the line of storms moving through western Michigan. Really, its chances to get uncontaminated inflow were way better when it was further out ahead of the line. You can see further south there's more storms. None are severe at the moment, but they're going to start choking off the opportunity to get the instability that the storm needs to maintain its updraft and rotation. Still rotating though, it's coming across the area here just on the south side of Delhi Charter Township towards Kingsland and Windsor Charter Township. If that continues up, it'll be in the area here around 127 and 496 and 96. Our camera down here is actually in this tornado warning. It's over here on 496. So we're seeing it get darker there, and definitely some rain already. The camera may get into the hail core, as and we're seeing some impressive hail signatures, especially in the blue here, between Windsor Charter Township and Delhi Charter Township. That, unfortunately, is headed into the Lansing area proper, and also headed towards East Lansing. In addition to the rotation part that's a little further south of that hail core between Kingsland and Delhi Charter Township. That's also generally moving towards East Lansing. Still a good idea to take your tornado safety precautions as the storm is moving north and northeast, especially for hail. Hail can be dangerous, especially when it's wind blown. Stay away from doors, windows, and put yourself into an interior part of your structure. And then, especially if you're down by Delhi Charter Township and areas on the southeast side of Lansing, let's take our tornado safety measures. So that is lowest interior room, likely a bathroom or closet on a first floor. If you have a basement or tornado shelter, that's even better. Michigan State here in East Lansing, all of the dorms and buildings have tornado safe places, so no doubt staff and students know what to do in those areas. In structures like dorms and stuff, it's often interior hallways, bathroom spaces on the low levels. Williamston, the rotation is if it holds together coming up towards that area between East Lansing and Williamston. So definitely if you're in the northeast part of this warning box, please be taking your tornado safety measures. Still seeing that rotation here between Kingsland and North Aurelius, headed up now into Delhi Charter Township now, right along and east of M99. And then seeing now a hail core here coming into the areas here in Lansing proper. See if there's any CC. This I think is some clear air. Yeah, this is clear air right in here, so that's not a CC drop. If we saw a CC drop, it would be in this area here, and not seeing one at the moment. Some of the scattered green and yellow CCs up in here, though, are showing where there's some larger hail in the storm, and that does correlate to the hail core that we've seen on the reflectivity. So likely some larger hail coming into the areas here. Delhi Charter Township, K North, Old Everett, headed towards Forest View here in the Lansing area. And then that hail core is likely sliding up towards East Lansing. Also towards our traffic cam that's sitting close to this area here on 496. Right now that is our only tornado warning. The rest of the storms here down in Ohio, they have had some rotation points. One near Delphos right now. That was originally a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. Some broad rotation weak here by Ottoville and Fort Jennings. This whole line segment is being warned for tornado possible, but also wind and hail. That's headed up towards the Ottawa area in Ottawa, Ohio, and eventually to the areas here just to the north side of Lima. More storms down by Salina and St. Mary's, being warned for wind and hail, and you can see those hail cores in here in the purples. So far nothing along I-70 right now. All the storms have been north of I-70 in Indiana and Ohio. Watching for some back building storms down now probably north and east of Indianapolis. Quickly, the severe threat should be over around Muncie and Fort Wayne and areas here west of I-69. Going to head back though to this storm here, tornado warned in the Lansing area. Rotation is weakening as it came across Eaton Rapids. It had probably its best rotation between Brookfield and Eaton Rapids, where it was warned then for a tornado. That area has broadened now in the areas around Delhi Charter Township. It's starting to really get interaction with the line of storms that's pushing into the area. As it's not really a discrete supercell anymore. Still hail showing up on the CC. Not seeing any CC drop that would indicate a large tornado on the ground. And you can see this area of rotation, the colors are starting to cool off. And also this area is a very broad area, so we're looking, by broad, we're looking at kind of how long that area of rotation is, versus if it was an area of rotation that was, say, 200 yards versus, you know, a couple miles long. That indicates how quickly that spin is going and the ability to tighten it up. And we're not seeing that here at the moment. Still doesn't mean this isn't a dangerous storm, and I would be taking this seriously if I lived in the East Lansing and Lansing area, especially for the size of hail that this is being warned for, as well as possible rotation now on the south side of Lansing. I do see a little bit of less reflectivity for the hail core. I think the storm is starting to lose its punch as it does get incorporated into the parent line of storms here that's now pushing against it. Still probably 1-inch hail around the size of quarters. I think this was originally warned for ping pong ball size hail. When storms are being warned for hail too, it doesn't mean that every single hailstone is going to be the size of ping pongs. Often you'll get a smaller general hail, and then one or two or a few of the bigger hailstones will be the size of that severe hail. Still rotation though, picking up around Delhi Charter Township on the area's south sides of Lansing. For this tornado warned storm, as we're tracking up towards East Lansing, Okemos, Lansing, over towards Aladen Township, Meridian, and Williamston here in central Michigan. Little area of broad rotation on the storm to the south near Tompkins. Not seeing it like it this storm was earlier, so that's a good sign. They've updated the warning. They've basically trimmed it down to the areas here around Lansing and points north and east. So east of M99. Still seeing that rotation now into the Lansing area. It should be crossing over Lansing and East Lansing in the next couple minutes. And not seeing any CC drop that would indicate a tornado on the ground. That's mostly some hail contamination up in here still. And you can see those purples and deeper reds there indicating that hail. This is coming over our traffic cam right now. Our traffic cam is right in this area here. And unfortunately it's not a live traffic cam, it's one of the ones that take a picture every minute or two. But we can still get a general sense of what's going on. You can see the heavy rain coming over our traffic cam. I'm looking down and away towards our second monitor here in my temporary studio setup today. But yeah, nasty weather. Certainly, hopefully everybody's in their tornado safe space here in the Lansing and East Lansing areas over towards Williamston. Williamston is right on the tightened up area of the tornado watch, or the tornado warning. So especially areas north and west of Williamston. Watching that rotation now sliding up through Lansing and East Lansing. If it manages to hold together, next up after that would be Bath Township up towards Maurice along I-69 north and east of Lansing. Also seeing some gusty winds here along 96 on the south side of Lansing. Rotation actually right now, at least the most pronounced one, is just into Lansing. And then those gusty winds along 96 right now. Just want to check and make sure. Still no other tornado warnings. Area around Bryan and Pulaski in northwest Ohio has a new severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible 60-mile-an-hour winds. Area rotation over here by Pulaski. That's a decently strong storm. South of that, we have gusty winds, 60 mile an hour, and maybe quarter-inch hail. And then a line of storms coming towards Ottawa and Lima, now moving through Delphos. Those have some areas of rotation that are worth watching. There's one between Ottawa and Delphos right now in that storm, and then it looks like another area of rotation down here west of Lima. Maybe 2 points actually. Those are worth watching. Nothing have showed significant tightening of rotation. And then some larger hail cores down here by St. Mary's. The storms down here on the southern end, north of I-70 still, are slowly intensifying. Maybe some small hail coming towards Lynn, and then likely some small hail northwest of or northeast now of Union City, right on the Ohio and Indiana state line. Pretty much if you're along I-69 here in Indiana, you're going to be clear of that tornado and severe weather threat. That includes the Fort Wayne area, Auburn up to Angola, and then down 69 Marion into the Muncie area. You're getting your last round of showers and storms right now. None of those look tornadic at the moment, so I feel pretty confident saying your tornado threat has decreased significantly. And then still watching this area here in lower Michigan with a tornado warned storm coming across Lansing and East Lansing right now. Still just radar indicated. We haven't seen any large CC drop either. Rotation was tighter south and west of Lansing. But still broad rotation coming across 496 right now in the Lansing, East Lansing area. And then likely some hail still coming down in the Lansing and East Lansing area. Still broad rotation here. Definitely doesn't look like what it did earlier, where it had the look of a discrete supercell. That rotation around Tompkins is still generally pretty broad. It looks like it was maybe a little tighter a scan or two back. Some gusty winds though coming through Tompkins, Onondaga towards Leslie, along 127 south of Lansing. Also some gusty winds in Spring Harbor, Jackson. No storms in that area severe at the moment. Hillsdale and east, some gusty winds. And then up towards Mount Pleasant, it looks like there's some strong thunderstorms up that way as well. Get maybe a little better look with the Grand Rapids radar. A little broad rotation up in here around Mount Pleasant up towards Weiss and Rosebud, but we're looking up pretty high in the storm, so that likely isn't translating to the lower level. Still some broad rotation showing up now over East Lansing. This is still a tornado warning for Lansing, East Lansing, Delhi Charter Township, and areas northwest side of Williamston. They did decrease the hail down to 1 inch. So from ping pong ball size hail to about quarter size hail. And there was a hail report here, 1 inch hail Eaton County, Dimondale, Michigan, by a trained weather spotter. So that looks like it's confirming the warning here for 1-inch hail. Still that broad rotation showing up around East Lansing. This is a pretty populated city here, so if there was a tornado, we likely would have got confirmation. And haven't had that yet, so that's a good news as well. And then we're not seeing the CC drop that would reflect a strong tornado on the ground. Likely some hail, though, and heavy rain that we're seeing here on the CC. How's it going, Ethan? Charlotte, North Carolina, or Charlotte, Michigan? Charlotte, Michigan here is should be clear of the severe weather now. Your severe weather threat is really with this line and then moving east of that. So some rain showers still behind this line, but the rest of the day looks good for West Michigan here, from Charlotte up to Grand Rapids and over towards Kalamazoo. It's really this line that we're watching here for strong winds, large hail, and then a few points of rotation. If you're talking about Charlotte, North Carolina, there is a chance of some scattered showers and storms later. Not seeing any on the radar right now. But Charlotte is in just a, not even a severe risk area, just a an area highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center for some general pop-up showers and storms. You can sometimes get some severe storms that pop up over the Appalachians, but they usually fade towards the dark sunset. So, yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining the chat here. So once again, severe thunderstorm warnings northwest Ohio now. We're kind of focusing right now on this area around Lansing with the tornado warning. Still goes for about 20 more minutes. I'll remove the monitoring here. There we go. It's really for the areas here now in East Lansing, and not seeing much in that rotation anymore. So a good sign. You can see there was even a little more here as it came across East Lansing. If there's any left, it's in this area, right up in this part of the storm. They're probably going to let this tornado warning expire. If it re-intensifies, it'd be coming up towards Bath Township and Maurice and maybe Bennington. Wouldn't be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning extended out, though. The storm is showing some hail still showing up here around East Lansing. And now another hail report from Ingham County Train Spotter, 1-inch hail. So I think that 1-inch hail that the warning is for, it's about quarter-size hail. That's verifying by trained spotters. So even if the tornado threat is decreasing, still a rough drive if you know someone that's driving along 69 north and east of Lansing. It may be good to, if they can, let this line pass them first. Also some gusty winds towards Okemos, East Lansing, headed towards Meridian. We've seen an interesting look at this storm getting incorporated with the line segment. Okay, sirens going off in Lansing. That's a good sign. I mean, it's good that the tornado sirens are going off. For Lansing proper, this threat now has shifted likely to the north and east. It's still a little bit of broad rotation on the northeast side of East Lansing. But if you're in the downtown part of Lansing, you can even see on the reflectivity the reds and oranges are decreasing here over you guys. So your tornado threat is really just in that area northeast of East Lansing and the area around Meridian Charter Township. Especially also if you're west, really west of 127. I think that's 127 that runs all the way north-south through Lansing. Tornado threat would be generally east of that now. Still showing some of that rotation here up towards East Lansing, Meridian Township, up towards Bath Township. You can see how broad it is though now, and we're not seeing the brighter reds connected to the brighter greens. You can see more of these bright greens though pushing out towards this area east of Lansing. That is going to give you some gusty winds. We're a little bit far from the radar site, so it's hard to see what that looks like at the ground level, but likely some 40-50 mile an hour winds, maybe some gusts higher than that. Where am I? I'm getting radar out of... Okay. It's kind of between two radar sites. Both are showing still that broad rotation. Moving a little bit down the line, still some gusty winds coming over Leslie right now, headed towards Bunker Hill and Danville in Michigan. This whole line is headed towards the areas here in southeast Michigan, Ann Arbor, Detroit later this afternoon with a severe weather threat. Some heavy rain and storms here around Jackson. Nothing severe at the moment. And then moving down the line, I want to check in on these severe thunderstorms in Ohio. This one had a tornado possible tag a while back. Still some broad rotation around the West Unity area. Likely some small hail in that. And then a whole line of storms. Each one of them has some broad rotation. Decent sized hail core here near Lima. And then some gusty winds and small hail likely in each of those cells. The cells down by Wapakoneta are likely going to require severe thunderstorm warning soon. I can definitely see there's some hail core showing up around 127 there, south of Salina, and then just south of St. Mary's. That, if it stays moving northeast, will affect the Wapakoneta area with some larger hail. An area that was affected by a tornado, about a month ago now? That area here in west central Ohio had a tornado outbreak. Still all the severe warnings north of I-70, so if you're down in the Cincinnati area, Dayton, just stay weather aware as the afternoon continues, as well as areas up through Columbus. And then watching more immediately areas here west of Toledo with the severe warnings. This will eventually here in a matter of minutes be affecting I-79 or 75 a lot more. Trees down in Van Buren Township in western Michigan with this line. And then moving back here, we got another hail report out of south of Lansing here, south side of Lansing. 1.25 inch by a train spotter. So it'll be interesting as people come out and about here in the Lansing and East Lansing if we get more of these larger hail reports. Areas now east of Lansing are still in a small tornado warning. And pretty much like I said earlier, it's confined to the area just east of 127 around Meridian Charter Township. Still a little broad rotation. It's definitely been on a downtrend. So that's been good to see. Just checking the traffic cam here, seeing if I got my second monitor down here in this temp setup. But still showing some rain. I wish we had a live cam out of this area, but the traffic cams just update every minute or two. I can look as we get further down into Michigan here. We can jump out ahead of the line with the traffic cams. Still being warned for that 1-inch hail. Wouldn't be surprised to see some larger hail out of that storm, and maybe the one here around Jackson with some pea-size hail. That right now is our only tornado warning. Shifting down to these cells here by Lima. Some stronger hail showing up here on the northwest side of Lima. And that is headed up towards Beaver Dam. This might slide just to the north side of Lima. So that's nice to see. For the immediate downtown, likely hail on the north side. That's going to be up towards Beaver Dam and Slabtown in a few minutes. And that is along I-75, so that's going to be a nasty drive if you're along I-75 right now. And then some broad rotation showing up in this cell here by St. Mary's, headed towards Wapakoneta. With likely some larger hail in that as well. So we can see that rotation in here. That may slide just south of Wapakoneta, but the hail is a little bit closer of a threat. And then likely some hail showing up here by North Star, headed towards Fort Laramie and Minster in Ohio. There's still some back building. It's slow development down here around Newcastle in Indiana. So we're also watching for any back building down in this area that would slide then into the Dayton, Cincinnati, Hamilton area. It's been slow though for back building. Talked about it the other day, but if you live in northwest Ohio, there's a bit of a radar hole, so it's hard to get a really detailed look via radar for the areas around Findlay, Ottawa, Napoleon, over to Bowling Green. We have to rely on the radars in North Indiana. Eventually, we can rely on the Cleveland radar, and we can also rely on the radar that's north of Detroit. So there is a bit of a radar hole right in this area here where we're not getting great details. So folks up in Lansing, tornado threat significantly diminished. They're going to continue warning this storm as a special weather statement. The hail's come down, and the wind looks like it's come down as well, so we're just going to be warning it 50-mile-an-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. Likely, yeah, it's not really showing really any rotation anymore. It's been fully incorporated into this line of storms, so it's not getting the uncontaminated air that it was earlier. Any hail is right up along 69 near Bath Township, but again, that's the hail threat is diminished for that storm. It's going to keep going up 69 though towards Owasso. If it holds together or intensifies, it could come into the Flint area. And just checking on Flint. Northeast at 45. This significant weather is moving up between Lansing and Flint on I-69. And just to give a general idea of the timing for these storms, Otisville in 60 minutes, Davidson 55, Burton 48, Flint about 45 minutes. So if it holds at that speed, about 45 minutes to Flint. With still some significant wind and some small hail in that part of the storm. Oh, we just got a big drop of, like I said earlier, all the people that are now coming out of their safe space here in Lansing. We got like 3 or 4 hail reports all at once here. And they're all just correlating the 1-inch hail from some weather sites, from amateur radio, and a couple from the trained weather spotters. So I don't believe we had a tornado. At least we didn't see anything radar indicated for tornadic development through Lansing, but it looks like Lansing has had at least a decent hailstorm. This part of the line here in southern Michigan is now being warned close to 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to be headed in the area here towards Adrian, and then likely affecting the 23 corridor in about a half hour as well. Adrian about 15 minutes or less, and then areas around Tecumseh 20 minutes, Milan about 40 minutes from now, and Milan is along the I-20 or Route 23 corridor. If anyone isn't from Ohio, Route 23 here in Michigan, Route 23 here is basically interstate standard. So this is essentially an interstate corridor here up to from Toledo to Ann Arbor. That's a pretty well-traveled corridor. About 40 minutes until severe storms move into that area. Boy, some strong storms along 94 here now just east of Jackson, moving up through Bunker Hill, Williamston, and then further north towards the Maurice and Bennington areas. Strong storms still up north along 127, now east of St. John's, east of North Star. Now watching some pretty significant weather here coming now between Mount Pleasant and Midland, Michigan. Some of the reflectivity is picked up there recently. See the line of strong winds headed that way. And this area does have a special weather statement out for up to 50-mile-an-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. That may come as far north as Buttman and Edwards, Edenville, and then Midland with that nickel-sized hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Strong storm near Napoleon along Highway 6 and Highway 24 west of Bowling Green right now. And that area does get now a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see if we have a traffic cam in that area that might show what's going on. new traffic cam here out of Bowling Green. Let's get this set up in frame here for you guys. Alright, so we can see this one actually has a couple of different cameras. Sorry, I see a message in chat. I don't speak Spanish. Alright, getting the camera set up here. This is a camera that's right at the intersection here of Main Street and I-75 here in Bowling Green. So right in the middle of our severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like it's looking, it has two angles. It looks like it looks south, like we're seeing now, and then it looks west towards downtown Bowling Green. So we can see the clouds are getting darker on the south camera, and then when it shifts around to the west camera, it also, there is a good shot. Perfect timing by the camera guy. You can see that darker cloud deck coming our way here with a camera out of Bowling Green. Looks like a storm has popped up here to the north of Bowling Green. We're not going to see that one. The darker clouds that we're seeing here is this severe warning storm out along Route 6 west of Bowling Green at the moment. That's moving northeast. It'll be into the Bowling Green and Perrysburg and eventually Toledo areas within about an hour. Larger warning just kind of covers this whole area. There's a larger cell here between Ottawa and Findlay in Ohio. Likely some small hail in that one coming towards Macomb, North Baltimore, and Jerry City in Ohio. And then further down between Lima and Findlay near Bluffton, pretty good sized hail core showing up there. That's moving actually kind of right along I-75. Should be into the Findlay area in a little while. And then down in this area here, we're going to see some hail reports out of Wapakoneta. This hail core storm had some broad rotation earlier, but the hail core was the bigger threat, and that's moved now, looks like through Wapakoneta, headed towards Waynesfield, and see, out in front of that, Alger, McGuffey, Blanchard, Roundhead, Kenton, Harrod, Lafayette in Ohio. Looks like Russell's Point along 33. It should slide north of you guys. But that area may get this storm that's near Minster, Ohio right now, also picking up a hail core pretty strong. And then some of those new storms that I mentioned north of Richmond earlier, this one near Union City and Greenville also has a pretty good hail signature showing up now, generally moving northeast towards Sydney, Ohio. Should cross the interstate north of Peakway towards Sydney and Anna. Let's see what they're saying here. Half-inch hail. Being warned for half-inch hail right now. Okay. I did a Google Translate on that. So northern part of Puerto Rico, it's raining heavily with a thunderstorm. Northern part of southwest Puerto Rico producing thunderstorms. That's cool. That is cool. We can, I don't even know, probably not a severe weather threat today, but oh, we do have a radar coverage out of San Juan here. So yes, Puerto Rico is not in the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center threat, but it does look like quite a few showers and thunderstorms here southwest Puerto Rico right now. And they're just kind of hanging around in the trade winds. So not moving much over the mountains here in southwest Puerto Rico. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a flood threat up in here. As these storms aren't really moving that much, they're just kind of raining themselves out, and then new storms are popping up on their outflows, similar to how the Florida Peninsula is in the summertime. That's very similar to the Gulf Coast and the Florida Peninsula here in the summertime. So a little bit, I would say, a flood threat out of Puerto Rico today. Yeah, this is back about an hour and a half. And those storms are just kind of sitting there. Very cool. Thanks for the update on that. In the chat, it just says Jay. Thanks for the update there. Okay, we're going to take another tour down the line. Mount Pleasant over to Midland. Gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour and some nickel-sized hail. That's approaching the areas around Midland and then eventually towards Bay City, Michigan. Have to monitor a couple of the areas over here for some severe warnings. They've upgraded now the warning that was a special weather statement to 60 mile an hour winds. That's the storm that was originally tornado warned. It's now coming towards Owasso and about 45 minutes to Flint. Watching for some small hail and gusty winds there. Also now, small hail and 60 mile an hour wind potential coming into the areas around Handy Township, and eventually that's going to be moving over towards Brighton, Michigan, along Route 23 and 96. Yeah, up to about an inch hail and then 60 mile an hour winds. Especially parts of the line that bow out like this, you have to watch, especially for those severe thunderstorm winds. So really watching a lot of this line here. Right now the thunderstorms are holding sub-severe west of Ann Arbor. But then some more severe storms now around Adrian with 60 mile an hour wind potential and maybe some small hail coming to the areas here right around Adrian. We're watching our traffic cam out of Bowling Green right now. And seeing these storms here now just west of Bowling Green between Napoleon, Waterville, and Bowling Green around Providence. That's a severe thunderstorm that's headed north and east. Should be crossing our traffic cam area here in a little bit. That stronger storm should be sliding up towards Perrysburg, Millbury, Dunbridge, Sugar Ridge, and Bowling Green here in the next little bit. Further down the line, severe storm between Leipzig and Macomb, headed generally towards Bloomdale and North Baltimore with some hail. Hail core showing up in there. And then some larger hailstorms here down in south central Ohio. Pretty concerned for this area around Wapakoneta for some larger hail. You can also see that this storm is a pretty big storm with the history of lightning that I have turned on here. This one has a pretty excessive amount of lightning. So likely one of the more severe storms in this line at the moment. Right now, the hail core is east of Wapakoneta on US 33 and generally headed towards the Kenton, Ohio area. Likely then also some gusty winds and maybe some small hail also between Lima and Ada. And then this area that we were watching earlier now is also severe warned between Minster and Anna. That's going to be crossing I-75 between Anna and Botkins, with likely larger hail in there. I think we'll likely see some large hail reports out of this. 1-inch hail possible in the storm headed right now over Ansonia and headed generally towards the Sydney area along I-75. This storm has a little appendage. Let's take a look and see what it's doing in rotation-wise. It does have some broad rotation here near Ansonia. So that one would be one to watch as it comes across the areas around Russia and Versailles. And areas just north of Stelvido. That also is headed towards Newport, Lockington, Sydney, and Pemberton. Anna is also in the warning for that storm if it slides a little to the north. Still building storms north side of Richmond, Indiana. Not severe at the moment, but definitely watching their upscaling. Maybe some small hail starting to develop between Fountain City and Lynn. So right now we have a whole line of severe thunderstorms. Pretty much what the models were expecting for today. We have a line of strong to severe thunderstorms. Right now, it's probably close to 280 miles long. And basically the warnings extend out for most of that length there. Yeah, probably a good 280 mile line segment now. Largest hail reports consistently were over the Lansing area at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised to see some larger hail reports coming out of these storms near Beaverton and at Edenville over towards Midland with special weather statements. We'll go back to single source radar and check in on these storms. Still strong storms showing up between now Lansing and Flint near Owasso. Likely some small hail in there. Pretty good hail court showing up here near Handy Township. That's going to be drifting over towards I-96 again and headed generally towards Heartland and Brighton Townships in Michigan. And then Ann Arbor is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for this line of storms. That's between Ann Arbor and Jackson right now. That's approaching Waterloo Village, Sharon Township, Manchester, and then eventually sliding up along 94 into Ann Arbor. Right now being warned for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. These are getting into a bit more populated areas, so I do want to check some rotation as well. Not much showing up on this part of the line. Gusty winds are definitely showing up here near Marion Township. We can take a look at those. Probably that 60-mile-an-hour wind is going to confirm up in here somewhere between Handy, Iosco Township, headed towards Marion Township. A little bit of broad rotation down by Adrian, but that's just a severe warn storm Rotation right now would be kind of on that northeast side of Adrian. It's held pretty much the same as a very broad, weak rotation, so don't envision a tornado warning in that area yet. If it needed one, it would be down the line towards maybe Milan, Tecumseh. And then heavy thunderstorms now coming through the Bowling Green and Toledo areas. We can see that on the traffic cam. Although it looks like the storms around Bowling Green have weakened a little bit, at least according to the radar presentation. Still some strong cells though near Waterville along US 24. Those are going to be up into the Toledo area in the next few minutes. That area also affects Perrysburg, Northwood, Oregon, Toledo, Monclova, and right now over the White House and Waterville in Ohio with gusty winds. Still that larger hailstorm showing up here around North Baltimore and points north and east. That's going to be sliding up towards Bloomdale and Fostoria before North Baltimore. And then Findlay, just a mess of storms here. South of Findlay with gusty winds. The hail cores have seemed to decrease a little bit. Let's take a look here. Yeah, back a little bit ago, they were a little more individual. And you can see some of those purples in there. So a little bit more in the hail. Still, I would say that a storm that's near North Baltimore has a decent hail core north of Findlay. And then this storm near Wapakoneta and south of Lima, headed towards Ada and Kenton, is, I think, our largest hail core showing up on radar right now. That area is near Waynesfield and Roundhead, headed towards Kenton, Ohio. And then also a pretty strong cell here near Botkins and Jackson Center. That's going to be headed towards Russell's Point and Bell Center. It's right over I-75 at the moment. The newer severe thunderstorm warning around the areas here around Versailles with some strong hail showing up. That's headed up towards Russia, Newport, and Lockington in Ohio. The storm earlier had a little rotation. Let's check in on that. Not seeing as much as we did a few scans ago, which is a good sign. You can see back here towards Ansonia, it had a little more rotation. That did not intensify and is in fact weakened. And then still storms that are strong but non-severe near Lynn. Watching this little appendage here around Fountain City. This storm has a little broad rotation in it and has a decent structure. So we'll have to watch this one, especially on the southern end. It has a little more warm air to get as inflow versus the storms that are north of there, having to compete for the uncontaminated inflow. So we do have to watch this storm. Right now, moving up and down the line, this storm here near Fountain City and Lynn has the strongest radar presentation for some rotation. That said, it's still pretty broad and weak. So we'll watch that as it crosses into Ohio. It's right on the Indiana and Ohio state line. And that'll be affecting areas down the road towards Troy and Peakway and Greenville, Ohio. Still a little broad rotation towards Versailles, but that has come down. And the storm with the large hail doesn't have much rotation in it. It had some earlier, but we're seeing these storms from a pretty higher level too. So it has some broad high level rotation, Still showing up between Waynesville and New Hampshire, Ohio. But yeah, we are seeing this area here in northwest Ohio does have a bit of a radar hole, so we are seeing the storms at a pretty high level. So what I mean by radar hole is, for storms like this that are in a radar hole in Ohio, what we're seeing is we're seeing parts of the storm sampled by the radar that are high up in the storm, versus if the radar is closer, we can see more of the storm at the ground level or near the ground level. So if there's rotation, we often can pick up on the signatures of that at the ground level, and that really is a good measurement of how strong that rotation is, if it's producing a tornado. If we can see debris, we can often see that at the lower angles of radar presentation, versus if we're up here at the higher level, often we can't see some of that. So that's why it's good to not be in a radar hole and to have more radars where we can see more of the country at lower altitudes. That way we can see more of the ground truth from radar perspective. There likely is spotters out in here, so that also helps with ground truth and verifying what we're seeing on radar. As we've seen here back in Indiana, we saw a couple hail reports. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few more hail reports from northwest Indiana. And then we saw a number of these 1-inch hail reports, and even a little larger, in the Lansing area as that tornado-warned storm came across. So if anyone's watching from Indiana, especially northeast Indiana, your severe threat is done. All of western Indiana, your severe threat is done for the day. Just watching a little area south and east of Muncie is still in a tornado watch. Watching for a few more storms to back build in that area. And I would guess that the tornado threat is lower here. If any storms develop down here by Richmond, Connorsville, down towards Greensburg and Batesville, they're likely not going to be tornadic until they get into Ohio. But you could still see some stronger storms in this very southern and eastern part of Indiana. But basically, if you're in Muncie, north and west in Indiana, then your severe storm threat for today is done. And then in Michigan right now, if you are north and west of 127, your severe threat is done as well. 127 runs up through Jackson, Lansing, Alma, Mount Pleasant, Clare, and Roscommon, and then eventually up towards Gaylord, Michigan. But this whole area here in western lower Michigan, your severe weather threat is also over. Especially this area here, southeast Michigan, from Jackson over to Ann Arbor, and then eventually towards the Detroit metro, is where we're really watching for the severe threat. Still some stronger storms up near Saginaw and Mount Pleasant. Those are eventually going to make their way towards Bay City, and then eventually into the thumb of Michigan over towards Bad Axe. But those haven't had severe warnings pretty consistently. Still some strong storms though up by Midland, going through Edenville right now, and then to the areas north and east of Baldwin. Those are going to head eventually over towards Standish, Mount Forest, Beaver, Bay City, and Carlton and Saginaw. Also, strong storms approaching in the Flint area, right now between Flint and Owasso. This area did have rotation earlier as it moved through Lansing. Not seeing any significant rotation at the moment. Just you can really see that line of gusty winds on the leading edge of this line. That is about to come through Durant and Vernon, and then approaching Schwartz Creek in a few minutes. Down further, pretty strong storm here with maybe some hail along 96. Also some strong winds showing up here. That's approaching the areas here between Marion Township and Osceola Township. That's also headed generally towards Brighton and Heartland in Michigan, along 23 and 96. Right now, I think that's one of the stronger cells in Michigan here at the moment, approaching Heartland and Brighton, with certainly some gusty winds, likely some small hail, but the wind threat is more notable, and especially because this is coming towards the radar site, as we can get a good look at the winds in here. So there are some areas here that are showing above 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised with this heavy precip right in here that there's 50 or 60-mile-an-hour winds that are reaching the ground in this area here, just along 96. This area is moving east at 35. So we'll get a track on this part of the storm here. Heartland about 10 minutes. Brighton about 15 minutes. And then West Highland, Hickory Ridge, about 20 minutes. Linden and Fenton, about 20 minutes. Milford and Clyde, 20 to 25 minutes. Hawley and White Lake, about a half hour. And Clarkston, Michigan, if it holds together, about 40 minutes. So this area here approaching the northwest suburbs of the Detroit metro here in Brighton and Heartland, certainly showing 60-mile-an-hour winds. Scattered strong to severe storms also in the Ann Arbor area now. Some gusty winds in the heavier parts of those down here towards Pittsfield Township. That is sliding up towards Ypsilanti. The storms that are sliding towards Ann Arbor at the moment look less enthusiastic than some of the other parts of this line. Still a good idea, stay away from windows. If you have any areas that are susceptible to tree damage, definitely stay on a low level. Storm here near Blissfield, east of Adrian, has some gusty winds and likely some small hail headed towards 23 and Summerfield Township here. And then severe storms right now in the Toledo area. Some strong winds showing up here on the west side of Toledo, Perrysburg, Waterville, and just coming into the downtown parts of Toledo here in a few minutes as that lifts north and east across the area. Our traffic cam is in Bowling Green, right in there. It's gotten some strong thunderstorms, but I haven't seen as severe storms in the BG area. A stronger storm with likely some small hail is around North Baltimore, moving towards Bloomdale and Fostoria at the moment. Yeah, it's hard to get a look at this storm. We're getting a look at these storms here from a pretty high level, but likely some hail and gusty winds moving up by North Baltimore towards Fostoria, and then also south side of Findlay. That's moving in an area generally between Findlay and Upper Sandusky in Ohio. Severe storm with some larger hail potential here near Kenton. Has a little broad rotation, but hasn't tightened that up at all. So that hail core is moving towards Kenton at the moment. Areas south and east of Wapakoneta. Some decent hail core showing up there north of Anna and just north of Russell's Point, and south and east of Wapakoneta right now. A little bit of rotation here near Russell's Point, but not looking impressive. And then one hail core that has looked impressive for a little while is this storm here near Sydney, Ohio. It's also being warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Does have a little broad rotation, and it has a little appendage and a hook, but it's not doing that much as far as rotation for the moment. Nothing certainly needing a tornado warning. It's definitely a storm to watch here as it moves across the interstate here near Pequea and Sydney, moving east-northeast. That'll eventually head over towards Bellefontaine and West Liberty in central Ohio. And then also watching this storm now near Greenville. Has some broad rotation on it, south side of Greenville. And also maybe some small hail up in here. We saw it a little while back around Lynn and Fountain City here in Indiana with still some rotation. Fairly broad though still and weak, but some gusty winds are likely in this storm. And it's still holding some broad rotation here just south of Greenville. So that is one to watch. It has a little bit more clean and uncontaminated inflow to work with. That storm generally is moving towards Pequea and Troy in Ohio. And then still some storms maybe developing towards Richmond. We have a new storm in the Dayton-Cincinnati area. Not showing any lightning with this, but it is upscaling. So it'll be one to watch, especially because it's away from the line of storms. Right now it is between Middletown and Kettering, south of Dayton. We'll keep an eye on that as it moves up towards Springfield in Ohio. Alright, checking in again with the lines of storms here. Coming towards Flint. Strong storms. This storm has been our most impressive wind indicator for a while. It's now approaching Heartland Township here with gusty winds down towards Brighton. Not seeing any rotation in it, but it is generally coming towards the radar site, so we can get a good profile of the winds here. And with the heavy rain co-located over the strong winds, there's probably at least 40, 50 with 60 mile an hour gusts in here. Those severe storms are stretching a line now, approaching Ann Arbor. Some gusty winds near Pittsfield Township. That is sliding up Highway 12. That'll be into Ypsilanti and the southeast sides of Ann Arbor in a matter of minutes here. Good idea. Ann Arbor is a city that is known for trees and has a lot of tree-filled neighborhoods. So good idea if especially you are in an area with a lot of the big trees to be on the lower level because gusty winds like this can and do take down larger trees. As that comes into Ann Arbor and over towards Ypsilanti, good to be taking a precaution there for that, especially if you live in an area with a lot of trees. That stronger wind is in Saline right now, headed up to the areas just south side of Ann Arbor, generally headed north and east into Ypsilanti and Canton eventually down the line. And then seeing some pretty good wind signatures here along 23 now east of Adrian. That's approaching Milan, Whiteford Township, and Summerfield Township. Eventually that will slide over towards Monroe on Lake Erie. If we haven't yet, there'll probably be a special marine warning out for Lake Erie. Also a decently strong storm right here has developed out in front of the line here, just along the coastline of Lake Erie. And it has a little rotation right over the area here around Stony Point in Michigan. This area is one to watch here. It's a fairly small area rotation. So that could produce a water spout, especially over water. There's less friction. It's a big, flat, smooth surface. So that is a potential hazard. It's skirting right along the coastline here of the northwest part of Lake Michigan. So that is one to watch, as this is a strong little cell here near Stony Point, Estral Beach, and maybe into the Gibraltar area. If it continues, it's moving more north than northeast. And it does indeed now get a special weather statement. Is the National Weather Service watching this stream? Moving, let's see, 34 knots or greater. So they did warn this, and they warned it all the way up the Detroit River, actually. So, as they are expecting the storm to continue sliding north, we'll have to watch this one. It does have a small area rotation, and it's in a somewhat favorable environment here ahead of the line of storms. Gusty winds coming into Toledo right now. You can see the area of brighter winds here on the northwest side of Toledo. A new severe thunderstorm warning just extended out here for the storms that we were just talking about right along Route 23 right now, for 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail. Especially areas around Milan and Summerfield Township. That area here looks a little windier. And then the strong winds here in Toledo. Still watching this storm with the special marine warning skirting along Woodland Beach right now. It'll be hard to tell if there's a water spout with this. There's a small little area rotation, but without going over any land, we can't really see any CC confirmation, so someone would have to see it. The one thing we'll have to watch is it's running out of water, so eventually this little rotation point is going to go onto land, likely either in the areas in Michigan near Trenton, but also it's moving kind of north-northeast, so it may go into Canada around Amherstburg. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. It does have a little area rotation. It's a small little cell over Lake Erie right now. Strong storms going through now east to BG. Likely still some hail showing up in the areas here between North Baltimore and Fostoria. That area is headed generally towards Gibsonburg, Fremont, Greek Creek, and should be north of Fostoria. Green Creek. And then also larger hailstorm now south side of Findlay. That will be moving over towards Crawford and Cary, and if it holds together, Bloomville. Also possibly into the upper Sandusky area. The other severe storm with the larger hail is down here near Kenton, between Kenton and Anna. And then also now a larger hail signature showing up near Russell's Point, moving also kind of towards the Kenton, Ohio area. This area is in the tornado watch, so we can see it's really hard to see any rotation here. We're so far away from the radar site. Let's see if the one here will give us any better. Some broad upper level dynamic rotation, but not anything at the ground level. Yeah, we just can't see anything at the ground level. Still strong storm coming over Sydney, Ohio right now. That would be a hailstorm headed up towards DeGraff and Bellefontaine. This storm had a little bit of rotation near Greenville. It looks like it's weakened. It also had some rotation back south of Greenville. There's still rotation in there. South side of Greenville, still showing up along 36. Nothing that is super tight at the moment. Its hail signature is growing, and that's headed towards Gettysburg, Bradford, and Covington in Ohio. That is a cell to watch. That's generally headed towards Pequay. And then watching any further development for storms here in southwest Ohio, some storms showing up near Dayton, and still watching for any development here back between Richmond and Greensburg, Indiana. So a strong line of severe thunderstorms with some areas of larger hail and primarily areas of damaging winds. Watching that now come across 23, Heartland, Brighton, over towards Highland, and then eventually here over towards White Lake Township, coming into Wixom, Brighton, Green Oak Township, and then strong storms over Ann Arbor right now. Ann Arbor down to Pittsfield Township, down towards Saline, and then over towards Ypsilanti, under the gun for some strong winds. It's pretty high winds over Milan and Route 23 right now. That should be sliding south of Ypsilanti. That may head up towards the airport though. In which case we actually could use the... This is a radar here out of the Detroit Airport radar. I'm curious to see if it could pick up that rotation a little better on that little cell over Lake Erie. So here it was right here over the Stony Point area. So this is a level that we're seeing lower to the ground. So we're seeing not as strong a rotation as we saw on the upper levels on the other radar site that's further away. But it did have some low level rotation. We're kind of at the extent of the radar range, so maybe still a little bit right in this area at the mouth of the Detroit River. Otherwise, we can also see on this radar the gustier winds here. And sampling those at lower altitudes is nice. So we see 50, 60 mile an hour winds still approaching London Township. And then down here, also some gusty winds near Ida, LaSalle Township, with the storms down near Toledo. Checking on this storm, still a little bit of rotation in it, as it was over Estrel Beach, right along the lake shore. Still, it looks not as impressive as it did a few minutes ago. Still wouldn't rule out that there could be a water spout in there, but back in here when it was near Stony Point, you can see a little bit brighter of a rotation. That is broadened out significantly and weakened as it's about to come on shore around the Amherstburg, Ontario, and Trenton areas in Michigan. Toledo, 60 mile an hour winds. Storms are now on the east side of Toledo. Now they're getting east of Toledo. We should be able to get a little clarity through the Cleveland area radar. Still that good sized storm here south and east of Bowling Green, headed towards Fremont, with likely some smaller hail in there. And then the hailstorms down here near Findlay, now gone, dropped the severe warning. Also, the storm here has dropped some of the severe warning as well. Oh, there is a warning for flood. Yeah, I checked earlier. Those storms in Puerto Rico did not look like they were moving that much. So I wouldn't be surprised to see flooding up in here. Especially this area south, west sides of Puerto Rico. Those areas have just had storms sitting over them. I can go back with the radar site too. And you can see over the last hour, probably close to 2 hours, those storms have not moved that much. They're just kind of interacting with their boundaries. And even now closer to the radar site here, there's some storms that are just kind of upscaling but not moving that much. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, especially up in the mountains here, that there's some flooding potential in southwest Puerto Rico. It looks like the storms have stayed away from the San Juan area. They're mostly up in the mountains. Yeah, very interesting to see. There's not a lot of upper level forcing, so the storms are just kind of sitting here. Those storms in Puerto Rico, I think, are the bigger storms outside of Ohio right now. There is a special weather statement for storms in Tuscaloosa for half-inch hail and 40 mile an hour winds. Let's check a look at this storm. There is a low severe weather threat south of the Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley. Yeah, that storm has upscaled. So it's showing a decent hail core in here that's moving to the areas south and west of Tuscaloosa right now. Yeah, I can take a look at that. We can see. Should be able to see what the tops of these storms are. So the highest storms right now look like they're kind of in this western part of Puerto Rico. They're up at 37,000 feet right now for the cloud tops. So that's a pretty strong storm at 37,000 feet. That's up at the flight level for commercial aircraft. So is this storm. This storm that we were just looking at that has some upscaling, it's also at 37,000 feet. And we can see what its signature here looks like. Especially the areas here in purple, southwest of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Wouldn't be surprised to get some hail reports out of this. And then if it continues to grow, we'll have to watch that as it comes towards I-20 here near Sylvan, Alabama. Let me switch to single, or we'll switch to the national radar. You can see some of those storms here in Alabama. Some showers over the Appalachians, but that's really it right now as far as the south. There's a potential along this stalled boundary here for a few more showers and storms. The major threat right here that we've been following is the severe weather and the tornado threat in Michigan and Ohio. Yeah, 40-mile-an-hour winds. I would think that that storm over Puerto Rico is in a similar boat. Just kind of taking this special weather statement, it's being warned for 40-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail. Your hail down in Puerto Rico, there's not much of a hail threat. So for Puerto Rico, it's more just the heavy rain and the wind threat. And since they're not moving, they may have some gusty winds, but they're not going to have the damaging winds like we're seeing in, Ohio. Yeah, for the most part, it's just going to be a heavy rain and wind threat. And yeah, urban flooding would definitely be an issue. Especially for runoff, like in the mountains, as these rivers and streams go into the urban areas. So even if urban areas aren't seeing storms right now along the coast, all that water has to go somewhere. But yeah, especially this area, western Puerto Rico. Heavy rain and storms just sitting there. New severe thunderstorm warning I just heard. And it is for that area that we've been watching near Pequay, Ohio. Right now over Covington and Mulberry Grove, headed towards Pequay, Barrington, and Midway. That storm is also going to have a good size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We were talking about echo tops a couple minutes ago. We can check its echo top. So it's over 40,000 feet right now. Probably going to be one of our healthier storms at the moment. There's a few areas in here that are close and pushing above 43,000 in that storm near Kenton. And then, yeah, this is our newest severe thunderstorm with over 40,000 foot top. And getting even a little more concerned at the hail in this storm. We're seeing it from a decent distance away from the radar site, but still seeing some strong hail signatures. It means there's some big hail that's up in the storm right now, and so some of this is bound to reach the ground at some point as it comes towards Pequea, Fletcher, Troy, Ohio, and eventually over towards Millerstown, Eris, and if it holds together, towards West Liberty. If you're out in front of this storm, especially towards West Liberty, Urbana, Ohio, you're outside of the warning area. You may have a few minutes to get your car into a little more protection, into a garage, into a carport, because when we start seeing the blues and bright purples, that's indicating some larger hail, generally coming towards Pequea, and eventually, if it holds together, towards West Liberty and Urbana. Yeah, flood warning till 7 in Puerto Rico. I would expect that, because it's going to take a while for those rivers and streams to come down. Decent hail core still in that storm near Kenton right now. That is severe warned for Upper Sandusky, Bucyrus, Marion, and Clarendon in Ohio. Also LaRue. Some other hail possible here near Russell's Point, and then now just north and east of Kenton. Is it like rainy season in Puerto Rico? Is that kind of a daily occurrence down there, of just thunderstorms building up and just sitting there and just raining themselves out? Checking up with the severe storms here near Monroe. They look a little less severe than they did earlier. Not showing as high of winds up in here right now, which is a good sign. Right now we're seeing storms over the radar site, so we're not going to get a great presentation of these storms here between Highland and Independence townships. We'll have to see a little bit of their wind profile once they get east of the radar site. Now just special weather statement for Flint. Those storms have gone below severe limits, and right now at 50 mile an hour, half-inch hail. And then still no severe warnings up in the Bay City, Saginaw area, but still some strong storms, gusty winds, small hail potential there. Some gustier winds now we can see coming across Canton down towards Monroe. Those are now east of Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, and moving through Canton right now. Good news is the storms here in northwest Ohio, now east of Toledo, towards Fremont and Fort Clinton, have gone below severe limits. We can see some of them here from the Cleveland radar better. Just general thunderstorms near Fremont right now. Another strong storm but sub-severe moving through Bowling Green. We can see a little bit on the traffic cam. We can see the dark clouds. Off to the left of the traffic cam is towards the east. Let's see, that traffic cam is right about here. So we're seeing the darker clouds to the south and east of that traffic cam. Some strong cells over the water right now with some small hail, gusty winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we get severe warnings and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning by Environment Canada for strong winds up to nickel-size hail. That is likely for the storm that's came ashore near Amherstburg, but also there's storms offshore here that are pushing north that will come ashore near Colchester, and if they hold together up towards Essex, LaSalle, Lakeshore, and then if they do hold together, potentially into the Windsor and Detroit area. Especially this storm here near Amherstburg, it's going to continue to slide north and may affect Detroit and Warren if that holds together. This area here is Windsor and Ontario, and so we have the US here, Canada here, and then with the storms moving north, they may actually go back into the US here. So we'll continue watching those storms over southwest Canada, and also kind of paying attention to the warnings here by Environment Canada. But severe thunderstorm warning for those storms. This one is the one that shows up better on radar right now over Lake Erie. That storm that is near Greenville, now moving towards Pequea, has been upgraded to ping pong ball size hail. And we can take a look at its hail, and it's still has some broad rotation in here between Mulberry Grove and Farrington, just kind of south of Pequea. But there's going to be some big hail coming into this area right here near Farrington, Midway, Pequea, Rossville, over towards Fletcher. We're seeing these bright blues pick up in intensity, so that's going to be coming our way here if you're in the Fletcher area. Again, some broad rotation, but nothing tornadic at the moment. Only had one tornado warning today, and that wasn't even in the tornado watch box, so it was up in the Lansing area. These cells, though, that are on the southern end of this line of storms have, I think, the best tornado potential as they continue moving across this watch area and eventually get into areas around Springfield and Columbus. It's interesting, I don't see any warnings in Puerto Rico. I have the radar up, and I can see the radar, but the warnings aren't showing, at least on the radar here. But this area here, I would expect, could have some flooding potential in western Puerto Rico here. I'm going to use one of my other radar products and see if we have any. Yeah, I don't have any warnings showing up on my other radar products either. So they're likely sub-severe, but I would think that flooding is a potential issue. So I'm looking at San Juan National Weather Service, and if you don't follow them on social media, especially if you have interest in Puerto Rico, they did issue a urban and small stream flood advisory. So that makes sense. So it's a level that's under a flood warning. It's more localized for the urban streams and urban environments. If they issue a general flood warning, then we probably would see it. So I think the radar app is working. This is Radar Omega. It's just it's a level that's not showing up on the or on my other radar apps. It just doesn't show the flood advisories. If they issue a flood warning, then it would show up. Still strong cell near Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That is working its way east. We'll watch the areas here in North Alabama for any also severe weather developments. And actually, while I'm checking the National Weather Service, let me just check and see if there's any updated SPC forecasts here. So the SPC is noting that the storms here, like we kind of just talked about, have the best chance at tornadic development here in central Ohio. And then they're also talking about issuing a watch in these areas here, east of Cleveland, basically an area that downstream continues a watch. Whether that's a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, we'll have to see. But a watch is likely, according to SPC, later this afternoon. So that would be a severe watch for eastern Ohio and western Pennsylvania, with the greatest short-term tornado potential here into central Ohio. So that's something that the SPC is monitoring. I'll post that also on our Twitter here. So areas to watch here, like we were just saying, for the tornado potential is the southern end of this line. Right now, that area is the most severe, although we've had a new warning now for the Detroit metro area. So that is until 4:30. Severe thunderstorm over Greenfield Village or near Taylor, moving northeast at 50 for penny-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. They issued a weather bulletin and not a warning, so the warnings are showing up on the radar apps, but the bulletins must just get broadcast locally in Puerto Rico. Yeah, so we can see this starting to bow out a little bit here. Oops. Sometimes the drawing tool has a mind of its own. Starting to bow out, especially it heads into this area around Taylor, Dearborn, Detroit. Would expect some higher winds out of this area here. Anyone in Detroit? Let's see. Not seeing any rotation, so that's good for the Detroit area. But you can see in the wind profile that's bowing shape as well as seeing it in the reflectivity. So that likely is confirming that there's some higher winds coming into the Dearborn, Taylor, Lincoln Park, and then likely into downtown Detroit. Also for the areas in downtown Detroit, watching some stronger cells in Canada right now that are severe, warned, and moving more north. So wouldn't be surprised if areas, especially on the east sides of Detroit, up towards Grosse Pointe Park and Grosse Pointe Shores, those areas may see some heavy thunderstorms in two directions. The cells that are in Canada right now moving north, and then eventually this line is going to come at you from the southwest. So a couple rounds of possible severe weather for the immediate Detroit area and points north and east side of Detroit. Especially could see that double hit of severe weather. Likely some hail in this storm here near McGregor, Ontario. That is going to be moving up to the east side of Windsor, likely towards the Tecumseh area. And then watching more storms with special marine warnings out to Lake Erie. And that one does have a large hail potential, so that was one I saw earlier. That one may not get back into the U.S. That one looks like it's sliding a little more east, so that's going to be a threat for southwest Canada and likely not affect Michigan again. This storm, though, I think has a potential near McGregor to work its way back into these areas north and west of Detroit. And then, yeah, those gusty winds. Taylor right now up to Dearborn, Livonia, west Bloomfield Township, seeing the heavier winds. A little bit of rotation right in here by Farmington. Let's take a look at this real quick. Not really doing much. There's a couple kinks in the line here that we do have to watch, but not seeing any rotation that really stands out here as those strong and severe thunderstorms make their way across southeast Michigan. If you're in Ann Arbor, you're clear of severe weather today. If you're in areas of Lansing, you're clear of the severe weather. And now along 23, Route 23 up to Flint is clear of the severe weather, and then also down to the Toledo area. So that is clearing up. Watching these stronger cells on the southern end of the line. They do have some broad rotation in them, so we'll have to watch those. A strong cell with broad rotation and hail coming into Upper Sandusky. Another one here near Kenton, Ohio. That is sliding, should slide south of Upper Sandusky, but you can see the hail cores in these. Both these have some pretty strong updrafts. And that is 1-inch hail. Both of them are being warned for 1-inch hail. This one also likely has some strong winds in here. That's going to be headed towards Marion, LaRue. The other one here near Upper Sandusky, likely along Route 30 towards Bucyrus. Those are going to continue to be ones to watch. And then Columbus, right now quiet in the Columbus, Ohio metro area, but watching storms west of you guys. This is our biggest hailstorm at the moment. It's for ping pong ball size hail. Also does have some broad rotation in here just south of Fletcher and now east of Peakway. That's going to be coming up towards Millerstown, Westville, Aris, and some larger hail right in the Fletcher area immediately. Some other strong storms back here near Troy looks like have weakened. You can check them out. Yeah, they're clustering together a little bit. And we'll have to see if this cluster affects this storm. This is our healthiest storm right now. It's a little supercell that has its little hook in here. So we're watching that for hail and the tornado potential. Still the broad, weak rotation. You can see here there's not really any point of this rotation that's really tightening up at the moment. But that is one to watch here, south of Fletcher, headed over towards Millerstown. Should slide north at Christiansburg in Ohio right now. If that holds together, it'll be in the Urbana area. And let's see, we can track this out. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, moving east at 45. So let's track this out here. I'll give it a track a little bit ahead of the hail core. And then 45 miles an hour. That puts it into Urbana in about 15 minutes. So Urbana may be getting that hail in about 15 minutes. Millerstown, about 5 minutes. So quickly, this storm is going to be approaching the Millerstown area. along US 36 from Westville, Millerstown over to Fletcher. And then also watching that area rotation, still broad though at the moment. That rotation is south of Fletcher right now. You see this one has that classic look because it does have that access to the inflow with some strong inflow coming into that south side of the storm over the Christiansburg area. And then you can see the rain-cooled air on this backside here gusting out and pushing out this way. So that's our area rotation here south of Fletcher. Again, still broad, but one worth watching here. South of Fletcher now headed towards Millerstown, and then you got the big hail also headed towards Millerstown. Still watching these storms here near Upper Sandusky. Rotation looks weaker than it did a few minutes ago. And then near Kenton, still some broad rotation there. Nothing tornadic though in our tornado watch area for right now. Back into Detroit, we did have a new update for 58-mile-an-hour winds. That was at Willow Run Airport. That's on the west side of the Detroit Metro, between Ann Arbor and Detroit. So, confirming some of the look here on radar, as this is bowing out here through Dearborn, Taylor, and Detroit right now. And then also watching those cells in southwest Ontario. They may clip this area north and east side of Detroit with some stronger winds and also potential for some stronger hail. Otherwise, right now, I-75 down towards Sydney is clear of severe weather. So if you're out in this area in northwest Ohio, that would be Findlay, Lima, Bowling Green, Toledo, just on the top of our screen here, and then also areas like Napoleon, Defiance, Van Wert, up towards Wolfeon. Let's see, Bryan, Ohio, I think is right here, going by memory here. Those areas are all clear of severe weather, so you guys are all good to go the rest of the day, all the way over towards Fort Wayne. That whole area here in northwest Ohio has been cleared. Yeah, there's Bryan. Of the severe threat. Toledo as well, you're clear of the severe threat all the way up through 23 and 23 west, Adrian, Milan, Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, Hamburg, Brighton, all the way up 23 through Flint is all clear of severe weather. Still some chances of severe weather out in front here towards Sandusky, Michigan, Burnside, Sarnia, and then areas north side of Detroit also have the potential for some severe weather still. Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren. Definitely be on the watch for these storms here west of you guys. A little bit of rotation here north side of Detroit. There's a little kink in the line right here, but likely just will enhance some gusty winds. And that's headed right now, the strong winds here, up to about 50, 60 miles an hour through Dearborn, about to head into downtown Detroit right now. The warning here, they have decided to warn this part of the storm for also 60 mile an hour winds. A little bit of rotation here near Southfield is worth watching. But you can really see the winds here as they're coming across Auburn Hills, about to push into Troy and Rochester Hills in Michigan. And that will be coming towards Sterling Heights, Macomb Township, Warren, and Southfield pretty much right now. Southfield down to Dearborn, River Rouge, Lincoln Park, and down towards Trenton are seeing the severe weather right now. Watching this storm still in Lakeshore, Ontario. It looks like it's shrinking, so that's a good sign. As it comes north, it's going to hit some areas here into Michigan again. Right now, no tornado warnings. 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. The one on the south end here that we were talking about in Fletcher has been upgraded to ping pong ball size hail and a tornado possible. So that was that rotation that we were seeing here by Fletcher. It is honestly having a little bit of a struggle, as it's having interaction now with some of the storms that are back to its south and west. I was a little more worried about its rotation when it was out ahead of those storms. So you can see just a few minutes ago near Fletcher, it was a little bit out ahead of these storms that are back here. Those have kind of slid into it. So its access to rain-free air and the warm and unstable air to its south isn't as good. It's starting to get blocked by the storm to its south and cut off from the unstable air. That storm has its own little weak rotation point near Troy. The rotation that we were watching is now near Canover. Both of these are weak and broad, though, so not warranting a tornado warning at this point. The bigger concern immediately I have in this storm is the hail core right over St. Paris, headed towards Millertown, or Millerstown. Good to be away from windows, also towards Eris. Away from windows because wind-driven hail can get into buildings like that. So away from windows. I wouldn't want to work in like a skylight right now with a skylight like hanging above me. Away from those type of areas of your house on a lower level is always a good safe bet if there's some larger hail coming your way. And then checking in on everything over here. Still some upper level rotation showing up in this storm near LaRue and Marion. We'll have to watch that as it goes across 23. That storm also has a ton of lightning on it as it heads in the general direction of Mansfield, Ohio and Ashland, Ohio. Some of these strong storms should stay north of Columbus, Ohio, but watching for those storms that are back near Urbana and Dayton on the north side there towards Troy. Those ones we'll have to watch as they head towards the Columbus area. Back up into Michigan. Still severe thunderstorms pushing into Macomb Township, Sterling Heights, Warren, West Bloomfield, and Oxford Townships right now. Now that we're getting away from the radar site, we can really start to see some of the winds again. So there's definitely some 50, 60 mile an hour winds, especially where there's the heavy rain and winds are co-located. Those are coming now towards Troy, Oxford Township right now. And still a couple points of rotation right around the Royal Oak area. Some weak rotation there, and then another one up here towards Troy. That's one to watch here as these move across towards Warren, towards Troy and Sterling Heights. Those are little areas of inflow where the storm is taking an inflow and then the rain-cooled air is gusting out on its south side. So you have to watch areas like that for some quick spin-ups of tornadoes. Again, weak. They're still both weak. The one here near Troy is the one I would highlight a little more. It's wrapping up a little bit tighter and stronger than the one down by Royal Oak. at the very least, those will enhance some gustier winds. Those will head up towards Madison Height and Warren, and then that other little notch in the line is going to head up towards Troy and Sterling Heights. Another one probably up here toward Orion Township. It's a little more broad though, but gusty winds on that south side of those little embedded circulations here. So that's some 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts here between Auburn Hills and Orion Township. That's approaching Rochester Hills very quickly. And then all this is headed over towards Macomb, New Baltimore, Sterling Heights, Warren. Strong to severe storms right now in Detroit. They're moving through Detroit, Dearborn, and River Rouge right now. Those are going to head into the areas here along 8 Mile on the northeast side of Detroit pretty quickly. Hamtramck also about to get into the strong storms basically now. If we do have any viewers from Canada, Environment Canada still has a severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Windsor and Amherstburg. Those are for strong winds and nickel-sized hail. And then also for our friends in Canada, watching some storms with some larger hail offshore. Those will be coming ashore near Kingsville and Leamington in southwest Ontario. Right now, storms are pushing east here, so areas like Monroe, Michigan, Milan, Canton, Ann Arbor, all clear of your severe weather. Livonia, clear of severe weather. Just some rain. Let's see. That report near Taylor from a train spotter, uprooted trees reported. So winds 60 to 65 mile an hour is the estimate. That is part of that storm that I highlighted earlier that's gusting out and was headed right for Dearborn and Detroit. So that pretty much confirms that area of high winds. Still watching those couple areas of rotation. The one here near Royal Oak still looks broad and weak. The one near Troy looks a little bit tighter as far as comparatively. So still watching those areas. And some higher winds up in here towards Troy, Rochester, Auburn Hills, up towards Orion Township. Any little points of rotation here would be right around Troy and then just northeast of Orion Township. Still a little bit down in here, but that one is the most notable, are probably these two. The one around Troy is in a little bit more populated area. That's headed towards Rochester Hills, Shelby Charter Township, Macomb Township, Sterling Heights. If it holds together, maybe Clinton Township, Preston Corners, Davis. And then the other one near Lake Orion is headed up towards Addison Township, Lakeville, and Leonard in Michigan. Those areas do have some rotation here, and they've been holding for at least a couple scans. So watching those areas as they head north and east here. And then a line of severe winds coming through Auburn Hills towards Rochester Hills right now. We've had some train spotter confirmation of tree damage and 60 to 65 mile an hour winds down here near Taylor, actually right by the airport. Also 50 mile an hour winds back towards Ypsilanti. So definitely some of that is confirming here. We have a new tornado warning. That's for areas here, Marion, that we talked about earlier. So Marion right now wants you guys to be in your safe space here. Marion, Clarendon, Green Camp. This tornado warning also includes Westfield, Waldo, Prospect. Areas now east of LaRue, and then all the way out towards Cardington, Iberia, Martell, and Mount Gilead. Some pretty good rotation we're seeing here right between Marion, Big Island, and Ruth. Still looking up a decent away from the radar, so it's going to be hard to get the ground truth in here. But both of the closest radars do show that rotation here, right around Marion and Big Island. That's moving east-northeast towards Marion, towards Clarendon, and towards Martel and Iberia right now. So that's going to be, let's see, what do they got to track on this for? Moving east at 40. So moving east at 40. Moving east at 40, that's going to get some times on this here. That's going to put it in Marion in about 4 minutes. Areas around Route 23 in about 4 to 5 minutes. And then Oak Knoll, another 4 to 5 minutes. Martel, about 20 minutes. Caledonia, about 15 minutes. And then if it holds together, St. James in 27 minutes. Right now, this is a radar indicated tornado. Seeing rotation, but we're seeing it at the upper levels. But you have winds here that do look pretty strong, at least at the upper levels of this rotation here. You can see it maybe a little better on the other radar site, but definitely have some strong rotation showing up at the higher levels of this storm. Around Big Island and Marion right now, headed northeast. So if you live in Marion, if you live along 23 north and east of Marion, up Ohio 309 towards Martel and Iberia, definitely want you to be in your safe space here. This tornado warning also does include Westfield, Cardington, Mount Gilead, Clarendon, and Waldo. So if you live in that tornado warned area, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's lowest level, interior room on the lowest level, away from doors, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that is even better. So rotation right now is actually going across Marion, headed towards Caledonia, Clarendon, Denmark, Climax, and areas up along 309. That's Ohio 309 towards Iberia and St. James and Martel. We can check the CC. The CC is going to be messy this far up. We're seeing it high in the storm, so we're seeing quite a bit of hail contamination. And the hail core is on radar basically in the same location as the rotation. So we're not going to get much out of that CC at the moment. We're just a little too far from the radars. But right now, rotation over Marion, headed towards Caledonia, Climax, Martel, Clarendon, and Denmark. So definitely want you guys to be in your safe space here. That is the first tornado warning of the day in our tornado watch box. Still watching a little rotation here near Westville, but that storm does seem to have weakened rotation. They're extending out the severe thunderstorm warning for hail and wind as it does still have hail. This area has a couple cells that are merging into each other. This one had a better presentation for rotation and hail when it was a little more discrete out by the Fletcher area. It's now merged with the storm behind it. We'll have to see how those reorganize, but right now, some possible gusty winds, 50, 60 miles an hour, and then a couple areas there of some sizable hail. This storm here is also getting rewarned. It's going to come across with some larger hail. Raymond, Peoria, Richwood, Radnor, Ohio, and Delaware, Ohio. This is north side of Columbus, so we're getting into a little bit more population in the Delaware area. But that's a decent-sized hail core coming right towards the Raymond area. So Raymond, Peoria, Radnor, Delaware. If you're out ahead of this, get indoors, away from windows. I still want to go back, even though we got the tornado warning, I still want to go back and check on our friends here in the Detroit metro. Severe thunderstorms and gusty winds coming across Detroit right now. Some heavier winds are showing up in this area north of Detroit, near Rochester and Troy. You can see that area of rotation that I was watching. It's gotten less organized than it was. It's come across Troy. Still maybe a little bit in here, but it's not as significant as it was a few minutes ago. Also up here towards Orion and Addison, there's still a little area of rotation. It's been broad and holding that way, so that's nice to see. Still a little bit down in here, though, between Rochester, Shelby Township, Washington Township. More concerned about the gusty winds and confirming those 60-mile-an-hour winds are likely up in here. That's quickly approaching areas here along Michigan 53. Yeah, showing winds up above 55, 58 miles an hour, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some small tree damage and also possibly some hail damage up in here. The strongest storms are all east of Detroit right now. So this area here in western Wayne County, like near Dearborn, your severe weather's done. Still a little part of the Detroit area from Hamtramck up to Grosse Pointe Shores, and then up to St. Clair Shores, seeing some severe thunderstorms. And then all these areas north of Detroit, from Sterling Heights towards Washington Township, quickly getting into Macomb, New Baltimore, New Haven. That's an area that is seeing those stronger winds gusting and surging out with this line of storms. So I'd expect to see some continued warnings up in this area. Probably all the way to like Sarnia and the Canadian border. And Canada's actually already has a thunderstorm warning out ahead of that. So Environment Canada has one from Marine City, Petrolia, Sarnia, just north of Dresden in Ontario, and expecting these storms to hold together. And still a couple points there, rotation near Sterling Heights, and then now north of Rochester Hills here in Shelby Township. Yeah, still seeing them. There's two points of main rotation, but they're not as strong to warrant a tornado warning at the moment. That's headed up towards Macomb, Washington Township. The larger threat with this area is the strong winds. And we have had those reports from trained spotters of the strong winds. Our tornado threat down here in Marion, still right now our only tornado warning. It's more broad than it looked earlier in the radar presentation, but it's on the north side of Marion, up along 309, generally headed towards Clarendon, Martell, and Iberia here in can step this back a few. It was a much tighter rotation near New Bloomington, and then especially near Big Island and Marion. The last couple scans here, it's broadened back out. Especially in here south of Big Island and west of Marion. Definitely had some tighter rotation, at least at the upper levels that we're seeing this storm at. And still seeing some. Still just a radar indicated tornado. Also seeing some broad rotation up in the storm near Bucyrus. It appears to be holding steady right now, but there is some broad rotation here right over the Bucyrus area. That is worth watching as well. That storm is severe warned. It'll be headed up towards Tyro and Shelby. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning for a cell that's out ahead of the main line. And we can take a look here from Cleveland and see that. This is near Ashland, Ohio. Let's see where this guy came from. So yeah, this was a little cell, as we can see here near Mansfield, that is out in front of the line of storms. And it's certainly upscaled, not so much in surface size, but in its radar presentation, with some hail likely in the Ashland area. Coming across Ashland right now, headed towards Nankin and Polk. This is generally along and north of I-71. So in this warning is a ton of areas here in anticipation of this cell. I'm going to at least get some of the bigger town names. Hopefully if you're in this area, you know towns that are around you and can kind of somewhat orient yourself on that. But more directly coming towards Polk, West Salem, Homerville, Lodi, Chippewa Lake, and Medina in Ohio. Maybe drift as far north towards the Spencer area and possibly as far east as Wadsworth. So this is a strong cell here near Ashland. We'll have to watch it for a tornadic threat. But right now I think it's primary a warning for hail right on the north side of Ashland here. You can also check its velocity here. It does have some rotation, but so far just broad rotation. But it does have a little hook on it, so it's a little baby supercell. It's one to watch. Not concerned for a tornadic development here at the moment, but definitely worth watching. So right now, still only one tornado warning. It's in Marion, Ohio. Still just radar indicated. Still broad rotation. Broad rotation showing up. You can see it was tighter when it was crossing Marion near Big Island and Marion. It was definitely a tighter rotation point. Still some broad rotation up here. There also may be some broad rotation south of Marion coming towards Clarendon. So watching two areas here near Martel, Iberia, also towards Clarion and Mount Gilead. If you're in this warning area, I would suggest staying in your safe space here. Stay in your tornado safe space, because we are looking at this from a broader level. Continuing a warning here for the storm over Bucyrus. This one also has a tornado possible tag for that rotation that's over Bucyrus. That's headed generally up towards Tyro and Shelby. Also towards Shiloh, New Washington, and as far as the Mansfield, Ohio area. So you can see the storm here. It does have some rotation. It's kind of a kidney bean in here. The rotation is just over and east of Bucyrus right now. Getting some inflow this way, and then some cool air, rain-cooled air surging out. Rotation sits right back in there. And we can see that on the velocity as well. A decently tight area, at least tighter than it was a few minutes ago, up just north of Bucyrus along Route 30 and along Ohio 98. That area is an area that I would watch. And then still picking up rotation, weaker now north of Marion, but rotation does seem to be picking up near the Clarendon area, headed generally towards Mount Gilead. And then also seeing rotation here with that little cell. Coming up between Ashland and Polk. It's a small cell, so it has some small rotation, but it's there, at least at the upper levels. Coming up towards Polk, Nankin right now, and eventually towards Polk and West Salem here in the next few minutes. That storm does have a tag also for 1-inch hail. Checking in on a rotation here near Urbana. That storm is still going through some cell mergers, but we're going to have to watch the rotation here near Urbana as that heads east-northeast towards Milford Center, North Lewisburg, Mechanicsburg, and eventually over towards Marysville, Ohio. Quickly looking at the Detroit metro. Still seeing strong to severe thunderstorms north of Detroit near Macomb. Macomb has a little notch, and also up north along 53 that are worth watching. Those have stayed at least broad on radar, so not expecting imminent tornadic development, but definitely worth watching here as they head north and now northeast of Detroit. Also expecting some higher winds in here from Macomb along 94 towards Columbus, Memphis, Armada, and Richmond in Michigan. Also, yeah, watching a little rotation here near Macomb Township. That's headed towards New Haven. And a little area of rotation also around Almont, headed generally towards Riley Center and Memphis in Michigan. If you're in Detroit, Detroit is now clear of that severe weather. Still have some gusty winds in Detroit, so there's a special weather statement, but at least the tornadic threat and the severe thunderstorms are minimized. We are going to get a continued tornado warning for the storm that is now east of Marion. Capable of producing a tornado near Mount Gilead. So it looks like they're going to cover both of those rotation points, the one up towards Martell, but the one that has picked up a little bit is the one near Mount Gilead, Clarendon, and Cardington. That one is headed generally towards Mount Gilead. Schalk. Also in the warning is Galleon, Iberia, Martell. They're kind of going to take a big chunky warning to warn both these areas of rotation. So Cardington, Mount Gilead, Clarendon right now, up towards Lexington and Galleon, Ohio. Please be in your safe spaces here for this tornado warned storm. Right now just radar indicated, but at least at the levels of the atmosphere that we're seeing, it's had some decent rotation on it. Also beyond that, we're seeing some hail and wind, including a 64 mile an hour wind report out of a weather station here in Marion. Also watching the cell now north and east of Bucyrus for some rotation headed up towards Shelby. Also some hail likely in this cell. And then also watching a significantly small but strong hailstorm now between Ashland and West Salem along and north of I-71 right now. That storm also has some broad rotation. That's worth watching as it heads up towards Lodi and West Salem in Ohio right now. A small cell, but over Polk, Ohio right now, that's a decent hail signature. And then earlier I was also watching the storms here near Urbana. They're going through a bit of a cell merger right now, but there is still some rotation showing up between Urbana and Mechanicsburg. That's headed generally towards Milford Center and Mechanicsburg and North Lewisburg with some hail, gusty winds, and maybe a rotation point picking up. Also some hail cores in here between North Lewisburg and Urbana, eventually headed over towards Mechanicsburg. Some new storms are developing in southwest Ohio around Dayton. Nothing severe down there yet, but some areas to watch here as the afternoon and evening continue. They've extended the severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan to include all these areas here near Sarnia and Port Huron. Yeah. So anywhere from the areas north and east of Detroit, Macomb Township, Columbus, Brockway, K-Pac, over towards Sarnia and Port Huron are all in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. This also does have a tornado possible tag. There's been a couple points of rotation that I've been watching. The one near Macomb Township would be coming up towards Columbus and maybe towards Port Huron eventually. The other area of rotation has stayed broad, but it's headed generally towards the Brockway area in Michigan, along Highway 69. In addition to those, there's gusty winds in here, 40, 50, 60 mile an hour, maybe some small hail. As these have lined out into a bit of a line segment, the hail threat has decreased, but the wind threat has increased. And yeah, we have seen with that cluster of storms some tree damage reported, 60 to 65 mile an hour winds reported here in the Detroit metro. Back down here, still seeing rotation around Mount Gilead. Also some broad rotation still around Martell and Iberia for this tornado warned storm. Still just radar indicated. And then also watching the rotation and the storm here between Bucyrus and Shelby. That's headed towards Shelby with also a hail and wind threat. Still watching the little tiny storm that is tiny but powerful with a severe thunderstorm warning for hail around Polk and West Salem headed up towards Lodi and Homerville. That also has a little broad rotation that's worth watching. And then a new tornado warning now for the area that we are watching near Urbana. This area has picked up its rotation again. You can see it right here east of Urbana along US 36. This is just north of Mechanicsburg and basically between Mechanicsburg and Woodstock. If you're in this area, this is a new tornado warning. It covers some of the towns that I mentioned earlier. So Mechanicsburg, especially north side of Mechanicsburg, Milford Center, Marysville, Unionville Center, and Plain City all it be taking your tornado safety precautions here. We have the circulation east of Urbana now along US 36. This is a radar indicated tornado, and it is moving east at 40 near Mechanicsburg. So we'll track this out. Moving east at 40. Fountain Park, less than 5 minutes. Irwin, about 5 minutes. Unionville Center, about 15 minutes. And then Plain City, about 24 minutes. If it holds together, about a half hour into the Dublin area. I want to update updating my stream here. So, tornado warnings. Alright, let's move back out here and double check everything south to north. Oops. Still have the tornado possible in Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag coming up towards Port Huron. Some rotation does seem to be tightening here near K-Pac. That's generally headed up towards the Brockway area. The rotation point down here now east of Macomb is less tight than it was. If that does tighten back up, it'd be headed towards Columbus and Port Huron and Sarnia. This whole area, though, in eastern Michigan, north and east of Detroit, has a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's been verified a few times in the Detroit metro area, and we can see those winds, especially now, surging out towards the Columbus area and also headed towards Port Huron. Once we get through that part of Michigan, then the severe storms will be over for Michigan. More concerning, though, we have the storms down here in central Ohio right now. The little storm near West Salem and Polk has already confirmed some 1-inch hail. So we're seeing that 1-inch hail also has a little hook on it with some broad rotation. So watching that for a tornado possible. The rotation has not tightened. So that's been good news there. There is a tornado warning still for the Mount Gilead area, and rotation showing up here near Mount Gilead. There was rotation north and east of Marion near Iberia. That seems to have weakened a bit. Areas, though, around Galion, Ohio are still in the tornado warning, so please be taking this seriously. Also likely some hail in here between Mount Gilead and Galion. North of that is a severe thunderstorm with hail potential, but also some rotation that's between Bucyrus and Shelby. If that tightens up, that may warrant a tornado warning. We'll have to monitor that one continuing here as that heads up towards Shelby, north and east. If that holds together, that's also coming back towards the Ashland area. Mansfield, I would be watching this storm here to your west towards Galion and Mount Gilead, with that rotation coming up towards Lexington and Mansfield eventually. That rotation here near Mount Gilead does seem to be tightening a bit, as well as the last scan, the rotation near Shelby also does seem to be a little tighter. Moving south, our newest tornado warning was for this area north of Mechanicsburg. We had some cell mergers here, about right along 36, US 36. Tornado warning here for Mechanicsburg, especially north sides of Mechanicsburg, Woodstock, Milford Center, Marysville, Unionville Center, And over just on the edge of our screen is Plain City. Let's see. Plain City, yep, right here. If that holds together, Dublin is about 30 minutes away from this circulation center. So if that holds together, be watching the storm in the Dublin area. That's a much more populated area on the northwest side of Columbus. Also watching storms, some strong storms with hail down here by Urbana coming towards Mechanicsville, Northampton. Have to watch a few areas of broad rotation there. And then still nothing much in the southern part of Ohio. Around Dayton, there's a few thunderstorms, but those have not gone severe yet. Oxford, Ohio, now trimmed from the watch, so that's good to see. Yeah, there's flooding in, possible flooding, especially urban streams in Puerto Rico. But right now we're focused on the tornado warnings here in central Ohio. And also the severe thunderstorms in eastern Michigan. But moving back up here, let's take a look at this storm near Woodstock and Marion. And that storm is still rotating, moving towards Milford Center and Unionville. We can check these for the correlation coefficient, but it's going to be a little messy in here since these storms are near their hail cores that also can contaminate the CC. The storm did have a little stronger rotation over here near Urbana. It's a little more broad than it was a little bit ago. Definitely seeing some hail pickup in this storm though near North Lewisburg. And then they're extending the hail-warned storm on the south side of this. So Mechanicsburg is in line to get some hail. You can see that hail core back here by Urbana showing up on the CC. There is a little bit of CC here. Let's see. Part of the storm is this. I think, yeah, because this is all co-located with the hail, it's going to be really hard to pick out a debris ball with the rotation being right in the same area of the hail. But we'll keep an eye on that part there. The rotation has broadened a little bit, but it's in this area right here around Woodstock and Fountain Park, headed up towards Milford Center along 36. Strong storm severe warned by Radnor, just on the north side of Delaware up towards Cardington. That one doesn't look like a tornado threat, but has a hail threat and damaging wind threat. And then still showing that rotation here between Mount Gilead and Lexington, Ohio. This is going to be now along I-71. Moving east-northeast towards Lexington. We'll see if they extend a tornado warning. They're going to extend, it looks like, a large severe thunderstorm warning. This whole area gets a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and tornado possible. So seeing this area rotation here, also seeing the rotation near Shelby. Still not worth a tornado warning yet, but there is some rotation here generally headed towards Ashland. This whole area of severe thunderstorms. We can get some town names here, zooming in a bit. Mount Vernon, Howard, Danville, Fredericktown, over towards Lexington and Mansfield more immediately. Areas east of I-71, Mifflin, and Hayesville, Perrysville, Butler in Ohio, towards Gann, and all the way down towards Bladensburg in Ohio, as well as Centerburg. This is a large warning. It's going to cover a number of storms here. The storms that are on the north side of Delaware are going to be moving towards the southern end of this warning. The tornadic warned storm near Schalke between Mount Gilead and Lexington. Definitely worth watching. That's headed towards Belleville and Perrysville. We'll see if they extend a warning there. Some hail coming towards Mansfield and Lexington right now. That, if it holds together, is a hail core towards Mifflin, Hayesville, and Jeromesville. And then still watching that severe thunderstorm near Lodi and West Salem with a little bit of rotation, but more of a hail signature. Shelby right now is in an area for hail. That's headed generally towards Polk, Ashland, Bailey's Lake. So a complex area of overlapping warnings. If you know anyone in the Ashland, Ohio area, you may want to let them know they're probably getting notifications for a severe thunderstorm warning, thinking, oh, it was that cell that's now off to their north and east. But no, it's the big line of storms with some embedded circulations now pushing out your way. So Ashland, good idea to still be away from doors and windows and find a sturdy structure. Still watching those rotation points. Let's go take a look at those again. Still seeing that here near the Shelby area. It's been holding pretty steady. And we can go back and look at that a couple scans back. You can see it here near Bucyrus and then Crestline. It hasn't strengthened, but it also really hasn't weakened, so it's just been kind of holding its own. That rotation near Mount Gilead and Clarendon has broadened out. It's more of a wind threat. Still, they're going to continue a tornado warning for this area near Schalke between Mount Gilead and Lexington, Ohio. Still possibly some rotation in here. And if that does continue, that would be headed towards the Belleville and Perrysville area. Doesn't look as imminent as it did around Marion. And then back down here towards Milford Center. Rotation looks a bit more broad, but it's in this area here now between Woodstock and Milford Center. So still a tornado warning. Milford Center, Union Center, Marysville, New Dover, and Plain City in Ohio. This storm also looks like it had a pretty big hail core. That's also worth watching. And then hail back into the Urbana and Mechanicsville area. These are pretty good sized hail cores in here. Also up towards that Union Center, Milford Center, and then also down here south of Urbana has a pretty good hail core. That's coming towards Catawba, Plumwood, Mechanicsburg. And then if those parts of the storm do continue, then eventually towards Plain City and Hilliard, Ohio. Pretty strong storm here, though, north of Springfield. That's some decent sized hail, and those pinks, those brighter pinks near Tecumseh Woods and Ballasville and Tremont City. Still watching those storms near Dayton. They have not gone severe. Now we are going to extend the tornado warning for this area around Lexington. You can see here, it looks like rotation is picking back up. And we want to go in here and take a look at this in more detail. So yeah, seeing some rotation picking up in that notch right here, just south of Lexington. And this is what we were mentioning earlier. If that did pick up, it would be coming towards Belleville, Perrysville, Butler in Ohio. Also down towards Gelway, Danville, Fredericktown, Chesterville, Waterford, Palmyra, and up to the areas just south of Mansfield and out east towards Jeromesville and Hayesville. It's a fairly large tornado warning, but I think what they're doing is there's a couple areas of broad rotation down here east of Mount Gilead, and then there's a little bit tighter rotation here near Lexington. So I think they just want to cover this whole part of the storm, and that's a safe bet to do that. Mansfield, especially south side of Mansfield, I would be taking your tornado precautions in case this cell here and rotation by Lexington lifts a little further towards the north. Also still seeing the rotation near Shelby. It's a small area rotation. It's holding its own. Whoa. Still in this temporary setup today, so the microphone just collapsed there. I think we're back with audio, so that's good. Still watching that hailstorm up by Lodi and West Salem with a little bit of rotation. More concerned, though, rotation would be the Taylor, Town, and Shelby area. We can take a look and check the reflectivity of that storm. That storm has probably moved a little east now, looking at the latest reflectivity. Looking a little more concerning here for this storm near Lexington. This is Lexington, Ohio. But you can see here it's getting some access to some nice clear inflow. And still the big hailstorm down there near Mechanicsville with a possible tornado. So if there's tornado on the ground, it would be in this notch here, just south side of Lexington. You can see the winds here rotating like that, and tornado sitting into that notch. This is just north of 71. North and west of 71. And we'll check and see where this area is going here. And we'll move the DOT camera for right now. So this part of the rotation, as it came across the Schalk area and got a little tighter here, is moving a little more northeast than east. So let's track that out. Tracking out at 50 miles an hour. That area rotation is over Lexington right now. I'll track out just ahead of that. And I'm going to put that a little more northeast than east. So that puts it up into Henley Village in about a minute. Little Washington, 5 minutes or less. Crimson, about 10 minutes. Mifflin, a little less than 14. And then if it holds together, Hayesville in 20. Also a little more concerning for the areas here in Mansfield. This rotation has gotten stronger and tighter near the Lexington area right now. If I was in Mansfield, I would start getting ready to take tornado safety measures here. This does seem to be lifting a little more northeast. So if you're along 71, north side of Belleville and Belleville, please be in your tornado safe spaces. This is a pretty dangerous storm here, headed towards Perrysville, Belleville, Butler, Mansfield, Mifflin, and Hayesville. Jeromesville. This is all headed up your way. We can check and see if there's any CC drop on this. Again, it's a little bit far from the radar, so it's going to struggle possibly. So we'd be looking for a CC drop right in this area here, and not seeing any, but that does not mean that there's not a tornado on the ground. Being far from the radar, there could be a tornado down this way that's picking up debris, but our radar is up here, so we're just not seeing the debris lifted that high. Good news is, if it was a strong tornado, it could lift debris that high into the storm, in which case we would see more of it. So this level in the storm away from the radar, it's hard to radar confirm a tornado. Still pretty tight rotation here, right in the Lexington area, between Lexington, Belleville, along 71, along I-71. This is headed north-northeast. Just outside the warning area, but I would be in your tornado safety spaces here. Mansfield up to Mifflin. And areas here near Hayesville, Jeromesville, and Perrysville. Certainly areas like Butler, Palmyra, Fredericktown, Jellaway, Amity, Danville, Gann. Please take your tornado safety precautions. This line has had, and this storm has had, some tight areas of rotation that we've seen. It's also got some pretty high winds here south of Lexington, headed towards Fredericktown. Those are also coming across towards Mount Vernon and Howard. I'll check on Puerto Rico in a little bit, but right now we're focused in on these tornado warnings. The tornado warning to the south has been allowed to expire. It's going to be continued with a severe thunderstorm tornado possible. And you can see the rotation point that we were following south of Milford Center is a lot weaker than it was here when it was warned for a tornado. Still though, area broad rotation around Union Center right now. That's worth watching. It could tighten back up and then necessitate another tornado warning. More immediately, there's a hail threat in this storm. Hail and damaging winds coming towards Plain City, Dublin, Worthington, New Albany, Westerville, all these north suburbs of Columbus, Jerome, Sunbury, up towards Delaware, Scioto, and Marysville. That's a dangerous storm coming your way. And also watching some large hail down near Urbana and Mechanicsville still. Also some gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, so some damaging winds possible there. Things are staying quiet here in the Dayton area still, just some general thunderstorms. And then still have the cell near Lodi coming towards Medina with a hail potential. It's a small little cell, a little bit of rotation. It does seem to be weakening in the reflectivity, so that's a good news for the areas around Lodi. Still some broad rotation now near Rome, now between Shelby and Ashland. That's worth watching. And then more immediately is the storm here near Lexington. Looks a bit more broad on the rotation than it did a few scans ago, but that rotation point now is moving just to the east of Lexington. Please still be taking your tornado safety measures here in Butler, Perrysville, Hayesville, Mifflin, south side of Mansfield. And then also seeing no, not right now. Towards Belleville and Butler and Lexington here. Please be taking your tornado safety precautions. This storm here is starting to bow out, especially towards Belleville. So some strong winds here towards Belleville and Butler could knock down trees, power lines. Ongoing tornado warning. And still just radar indicated. We're not going to get probably much indication unless it's seen by a weather spotter in that area. Alright, checking on Detroit area real quick. Still severe storms moving towards Brockway. They're going to push out towards Sarnia and Port Huron in the matter of minutes here. Areas around Lexington down to Port Huron still ahead of this line, could see some severe weather. And then strong storms with some gusty winds up on the thumb of Michigan towards Sandusky, but no longer severe up here. Could be some small hail. Almost all of Michigan is cleared from severe weather. It's only this little part here along the Canadian border from Columbus up to Brockway and then over to Port Huron and Sarnia. If we have any friends in Canada, southern Ontario near Sarnia down to Marine City is under severe thunderstorm warning, and the warnings in southwest Ontario or stopped. So good news there for that part of the line. Also a little update here. North Ohio, still not severe. Some general thunderstorms in Sandusky, Ohio, down through Norwalk, approaching New London. Those are moving towards the Cleveland area. So as we get into the rush hour time, unfortunately, that's going to move into Cleveland. Still, Cleveland area is under a tornado watch, so we do have to watch those cells, especially individual cells that can burst out ahead of the line a little bit are the ones that are worth watching. They have extended the tornado watch, like I mentioned earlier, they would do. So we now have a tornado watch that includes areas east of Cleveland, Akron, Canton, down to Parkersburg, West Virginia, areas around Morgantown, Pittsburgh, Butler, and then up to Erie, Pennsylvania. So this area now has a tornado watch, and I can get details on that here in a second. Let's see. So new tornado watch goes till 12 a.m. Eastern. That's for Eastern Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, and Northern West Virginia, as well as the areas Lake Erie from Cleveland up to Erie. A couple of tornadoes possible, as well as damaging winds and large hail. So just checking to see if there's any other updates. Checking the latest SPC here, Storm Prediction Center, for updates. I don't think much has changed in the SPC forecast. Worth noting, we'll check in on that tornado warned storm here in Mansfield in just a minute. There is, worth noting, a late night threat for some hail and damaging winds. Lower tornado threat, but this area here in northern and eastern Kansas and then west central Missouri, centered really around Kansas City, Topeka, and Manhattan, has a threat for late night to overnight severe weather, primarily damaging winds and large hail. There's actually a hatched risk area, and that is a 10% or greater probability of 2-inch hail or larger within 25 miles. That hatched risk area is basically this area here in northeast Kansas, from Manhattan over to Topeka, Lawrence, and areas west of Kansas City. So that one is going to be a late night threat. And that will extend as a severe threat in day 2. That extends a severe threat from St. Louis, Cape Girardeau, down to Clarksville, Evansville, Paducah, Kentucky, southern Illinois. That will be a threat that starts out in Topeka and Kansas City and northern Kansas, and then moves into the Mississippi Valley and Ohio Valley over the day tomorrow. So a little bit of forecasting there. Alright, getting back to our tornado warned storm. A couple reports here coming out of tree and power poles down near Marion, and also a report of 64 mile an hour winds from a weather station around Marion. That storm has moved now south of Mansfield, with a tornado warning still continuing here for the areas east of Lexington and south of Mansfield. Not seeing as tight a rotation as there was. Rotation tightened up around the Lexington area. It's now moved through Lexington And yeah, it's broadened out quite significantly on that side there. Still some broad rotation coming up to the areas south of Mansfield. Also watching a little area rotation down here that's still been pretty broad. That came across the Mount Gilead area. And we can double check that. It's kind of been holding its own. And also maybe a little weaker than it was. That's a good sign for that area. The rotation that was near Shelby has weakened. Still 1-inch hail out of the Ashland area earlier. And then moving down the line, tornado possible still in the Dublin area. Some weak rotation still here in Jerome and Plain City. So tornado not likely imminent here, but some hail and wind. That's going to be coming into areas here north of Columbus. Yeah, pretty good hail core by Plain City right now. That's moving towards Dublin, Worthington, New Albany, Westerville, Hilliard, Worthington, just areas north here. The airport in Columbus are definitely under the gun for some hail threat. Here over Plain City, moving east. Mechanicsburg, also seeing a decent thunderstorm here. Severe warn for 60-mile-an-hour winds and small hail. And then still storms staying sub-severe in southwest Ohio. And while we're down to one tornado warning, I'll check this area up here in Michigan. Still has a tornado possible tag. And some broad rotation, but it's a lot weaker. It's coming up towards Brockway, headed towards Port Huron, and Lexington may get into this severe part of the storm. But that is the remaining severe warning in Michigan right now. All the other storms have pushed into Canada and also over Lake Erie. So western Canada near Sarnia, Petrolia, over towards Dresden, some gusty winds and small hail. But Michigan is almost clear of the threat here. And actually I'll update our updating the title here to just include Ohio now. Alright, let's check in on our tornado warning storm. We can check on Puerto Rico in a minute here. Still some broad rotation showing up in this storm, so the tornado warning continues. We'll see if these tighten back up. I would expect, though, they're going to continue a severe thunderstorm warning. At the very least, this is eventually coming over towards Worcester, Millersburg, and Berlin. Now east of 71, Mansfield, and Lexington now with the tornado potential. Definitely doesn't look as strong as it did earlier. Still in this area here, there is some rotation showing up towards Lucas, Collar Mill, Coulter, towards Widowville and Hayesville. Also down here towards the Butler area. And that would be moving generally towards Spellacy, Jellaway, Idawood, Cottage area, Perrysville, Newville. Still be in your tornado safe space here. If you're in this warning area, there's these couple areas of rotation here that we're watching as they move north and east. We'll have to see if there's any reports later from the Lexington area. Severe storm, still tornado possible. Or did they drop that? They did drop that, so that's nice to see. This is a hailstorm that's going to be affecting the areas on the north side of Columbus. Now approaching Dublin with some sizable hail in here. And we can get a look at this a little bit through the Ville. Yeah, so you can see this is delayed a little bit, but some decent hail coming in here just along the north side of Columbus, within the 270 Beltway. This is going to be Dublin, Worthington, Westerville, New Albany, and Hilliard. Another hail core back here towards Mechanicsburg. That'll also move towards the northern suburbs of Columbus, towards Hilliard, Dublin as well. So pretty punchy cell right here. Good news is the hail core does seem to be dropping a little bit back near Mechanicsburg. Still a strong cell near Springfield, Ohio, and then these ones are staying sub-severe in southern Ohio around Dayton. If you're along I-75, that's been all trimmed from the tornado watch. So areas here along I-75 all clear of severe weather. As well as Indiana had some severe weather earlier today, all clear for you guys. And then finally, no severe thunderstorm warnings in Michigan. So pretty much all of Michigan is clear severe weather. Still some ongoing special weather statements for the thumb of Michigan. Those storms should be moving out in a matter of minutes here. We can double check that radar. Yeah, still a bit of a severe threat. Sandusky, Michigan to Croswell, and maybe as far north as Bad Axe, but those storms do look less severe over there. So approaching really all of Michigan, being able to clear all of you guys. This storm is starting to be outflow dominant, so we're seeing the gust wind here. Should be cutting off any circulation. That will extend the wind threat though here, especially the south side of this towards Millersburg, Shreve, and Berlin in Ohio. Likely winds, severe thunderstorm winds coming your way. Still some rotation showing up between Butler and Jellaway. That's on the weaker side, and rotation has really weakened now that it's moved north and east of Lexington. A new area rotation, and this now has a tornado possible tag for this area of rotation between Mount Vernon and Sparta. Let's take a look and see what the trend is here. Okay, we can start to see it in here near Marengo, and it has tightened a little bit. Headed towards Mount Vernon. This is 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, there is a little rotation back here in the rain headed towards Mount Vernon. If that tightens up, Mount Vernon, Howard, Fredericktown, and Danville. Good idea to be inside and away from windows, especially with a severe thunderstorm and tornado possible tag. I always like to say, especially tornado possible tag and severe thunderstorm in a tornado watch. Give that a little bit more seriousness, and good to have take your tornado precautions, at least to get into your room, away from windows. You don't have to go below ground yet. There's not a tornado warning, but at least be ready to act on your tornado emergency plans if you're in a tornado watch, and especially if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. Checking down here, 1-inch hail in the Dublin area. This is a more populated area here, so I would guess we're going to see some hail reports coming in like we did earlier this morning and afternoon around lunchtime in Lansing. Checking also, there's been some hail and wind reports. Metal roof blown off. Box truck blown over. Power poles down. Severe damage to a home. That is concerning up here near Bryan. And then also multiple large branches down. trained weather spotter. A couple points here as those severe storms moved across Toledo. Large tree limbs down here in the Detroit area. So 60-mile-an-hour winds were pretty much possible there. And then Marion had some 64-mile-an-hour winds. We're seeing the area here of the tornado warning shrink a little bit. So they are going to keep this warning for this area of high wind and also some broad rotation between Butler and Jellaway. Be ready here for action if you're in Glenmont, Nashville, Ohio, Millersburg, Holmesville, Shreve, Big Prairie. You're not in any warning yet, but I think at the very least you're going to get a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag, probably for somewhat like this. And if this rotation tightens up, it could warrant an extension of the tornado warning. That's on the north side of Jellaway, between Jellaway and Butler. Checking it though, it's not presenting the tightest on radar. Severe storm still up by Ashland. Let's check that suspicious looking storm. Still has a little weak rotation here, New London over towards Wellington. It looks more impressive on reflectivity than it did on the velocity. And then strong storms here along the Ohio Turnpike from Huron down to Wellington. Non-severe at the moment, but those are worth watching as they push in towards Cleveland here at rush hour. Areas around Columbus, Dublin, and the northern suburbs of Columbus are seeing a significant thunderstorm right now with hail potential in that. And we can see on the CC that hail signature showing up. These areas here around Dublin. Also some gusty winds here near Dublin, Hilliard, and over towards Worthington. Those are on the leading edge. If you are or know people that are leaving Columbus and leaving work, it might be a good idea just to stay at work for a little longer. I know no one wants to hear that, but it may be a good idea to just hang back in the city and let these two hailstorms pass. They're not showing a tornado threat at the moment, but they always could spin back up. But some pretty rough thunderstorms from Dublin, Plain City, Hilliard, over towards Worthington, over towards the areas just north of downtown, Old North, Columbus, Linden, areas just north of the airport, Gahanna, New Albany, Minerva Park, over towards Westerville and Harlem, also up towards Powell and Lewis Center right now. That is not a drive I would want to make on the Olentangy Parkway or on 71 right now north of Columbus. That's also affecting 270 north of Hilliard right now, and it's really going to affect this whole top half of 270. Those are some nasty storms, and still a few storms may go severe back here. Starting to see some hail signatures pick up in that storm near Springfield, Ohio. We'll have to watch that as it lifts up between London and Mechanicsburg again. That area is worth monitoring here. And then still some small storms in southern Ohio, non-severe at the moment. Check back with our tornado warning. And starting to get some reports in. Multiple trees down on Route 97 between Butler and Belleville. That is an area that we had the rotation. 1.5 foot diameter trees snapped about 3 feet above the ground. That is a concerning report. That's a big wind gust there. That could be some tornado damage. We'll have to wait and see what the Weather Service finds in that. It wasn't just a big tree blown over, it was a big tree snapped. let's take a look. We can see if that verifies. The rotation here is now down north of Jellaway along Route 3. So there was some rotation in that area. That wouldn't have been the point that I would have picked for a tornado, but it could have been. We had 2 points of rotation, one kind of south of Belleville and then one going through the Lexington area more northeast. That northeastern point of rotation has significantly weakened. The one here in Jellaway is broad, so they are going to drop the tornado warning. Still worth watching here north of Jellaway. And they're pretty much going to do what I suggested earlier. Tornado possible tag and a severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to include Worcester, Shreve, Millersburg, Berlin, over towards Massillon and Canton, also New Franklin. Areas south of Akron right now, all in a severe thunderstorm warning. This one also has a tornado possible tag for some rotation now around the Mount Vernon area. That's headed towards Danville and Howard. Seeing some broad rotation with this storm, but nothing remarkable at the moment. These storms here around north side of Dublin and Columbus are mostly hail and wind threat. Some gusting winds around Worthington, and then back between Dublin and Worthington up towards Powell, likely some hail, and also some hail in the Hilliard and Plain City area. I do think the hail is picking up a little bit in this cell that's between London and Mechanicsburg. So this is going to be another cell to watch, with hail coming towards Hilliard, probably a little further south than the current storms. So it's going to be riding along I-70, West Jefferson, Hilliard, and if it holds together, Upper Arlington. Yeah, that hail core has picked up. That storm is strengthening near Catawba right now. Catawba. Yeah, we can quickly check Puerto Rico. Let's also just double check. Yeah, absolutely no development right now in that overnight severe threat. Overnight threat here in northern Kansas and western Missouri. No development there. There were some stronger storms down by Birmingham. Those have since weakened. Checking the Appalachians. Someone asked about Charlotte earlier. Nothing in the Charlotte area. And nothing really south of the I-70 at the moment in Ohio or Kentucky or West Virginia. So good to see that. Let's check in on San Juan. Well, it looks like the storms have rained themselves out in southwest Puerto Rico. They're now, looks like, pushing into the north half of Puerto Rico. And we can go back and see their trends here. They're not moving much. They're still just kind of sitting there. Especially earlier, it was this part that I would expect some flooding. Now, this kind of part of Puerto Rico, really the western half of Puerto Rico, I would say has a flood threat, especially as all this water drains down into these rivers and streams. And that's why I think you said earlier there's a urban flood watch or flood advisory. Yeah, the eastern part doesn't look as it doesn't look like storms developed as much on the eastern. The storms also on the eastern part looks like they moved a little bit too. There's a little more movement in those storms versus the ones that sat back on the western side of the island. Probably a daily occurrence here for a while. But yeah, as these rivers and streams, as the water flows through those, that's why there's those urban flood advisories, because eventually that water has to get to the sea, and it's going to come down the mountains. And still raining pretty hard there. We can, let's see, I can take a look. There you go. Here is some storm totals. So at least probably 3 to 4 inches of rain up here in the mountains. A lot of areas over 2.5 inches of rain. And the radar may be underdoing some of this. Areas up here, probably pushing 4 inches of rain. With still more ongoing there. Alright, back to Ohio. Right now, all severe thunderstorm warnings. For now, a line of storms here between Worcester and Mount Vernon. Possible tornadoes along this line, but also gusty winds, and the strong severe winds may be the dominating threat here as this line starts to bow out a little bit. The individual cells have more organized into a line cluster here, a line segment. So we're really going to have to watch that for damaging winds as it continues. The hail threat down here in the Columbus area is continuing. And that's now a new warning that includes Gahanna out to Newark. There's 2 or 3 hail cores in here, and they're all moving essentially across the Columbus area. Dublin, Worthington, and Westerville right now with hail cores showing up. That's going to be approaching Gahanna, New Albany, Upper Arlington, just north of the downtown Columbus. And then out towards Granville and Newark eventually. Johnstown up in here. They are warning this at moving east at 50. So I'll take this out at 50 and we'll see where it goes. That's going to bring it into, let's see, Gahanna in about 5 minutes. New Albany, just less than 10 minutes. Center Village, 10 minutes. Johnstown, about 15 minutes. And then out towards Granville in about a half hour, and also Newark in about a half hour. So, strong thunderstorms moving through the north side of Columbus. Right now from Hilliard up to Dublin, over towards Worthington, Westerville, up towards Sunbury. This is all now in central Ohio. You can also check this for rotation. Still a little weak rotation, but not much showing up. It's mostly a damaging wind and hail threat here at the moment. And then also checking back, there's some strong signatures showing up near Mechanicsburg. This storm is just below the severe limits. This storm is a special weather statement. Gusty winds to 45 and penny-sized hail. We can also check the VIL on this and see, yeah, seeing some big hail here near Dublin, and then near Westerville and Worthington, and then also that growing hail core here south of Mechanicsville. We cover basically all the U.S. weather, so if there's, especially as the tropical season picks up, we'll probably cover Puerto Rico even more. But the live streams tend to be focused on the U.S. severe weather. Columbus here has an airport radar we can see the storm from. So we can really see this storm and possibly see the wind that's coming towards this area here, surging out towards New Albany. This is headed towards Gahanna, New Albany. Right now, Westerville and Worthington are seeing the significant winds. And this is going to come out on the east side of Columbus, out 161. Also near the airport here, this is probably going to delay some airplanes. Also already seeing some 1-inch hail by an emergency management source. So some credible source of hail. Wind report 59 mile-an-hour winds, basically 60 mile-an-hour winds between Dublin and Worthington. And that's likely holding true still in here. Now this is a part of the storm with the weather radar. The weather radar is right here. We are seeing the storm at a lower level. So we're seeing the winds here at a low level, which gives even extra credibility that there's 50, 60 mile-an-hour winds in this segment of the storm. A little bit of broad rotation showing up here north of Westerville. Worth watching, especially since it's on the low-level radar here by the airport. But it doesn't look like it's doing as much as it would need to if it was going to be a tornado warning. Okay, you guys have a different warning system then. That's isn't that like the orange alerts and stuff? That's like a lot of the other parts of the world have orange alert, yellow alert, red alert for severe thunderstorms. I guess that kind of corresponds to the alert boxes here in the U.S. But yeah, definitely some hail and wind coming through the northern suburbs of Columbus right now, headed generally towards Heath and Newark. Alright, I'm going to grab a quick break here off camera, but we're going to leave the camera on, and we'll leave the radar on while we have a quick break in the action. A little less severe weather at the moment, and also no tornado warnings. Okay, we're back. Had to get a quick bite to eat there, as we've been going really since just before lunchtime. And audio looks good, so we're good again. Back here to Ohio. Ongoing severe threat with tornadoes, damaging wind, and large hail. We've seen that today, verify a number of times. Let's get right into it because we do have an upgraded tornado warning for the cells that have gone through the northern side of Columbus now. So this is a radar indicated tornado for northwestern Licking County in central Ohio. It's a storm over Johnstown, moving east at 35. So I know we called Johnstown out for some severe weather earlier. You're getting it right now. Also a 1-inch hail report out of that storm. Let's take a look here at this storm more detailed. At least from this radar site, it doesn't look as impressive. Let's take a look at it from the Columbus Airport radar, and it's just going to be out of range. Area rotation though over Johnstown, moving east. That's going to affect areas. Also, this wind down here towards Alexandria and Granville is also standing out to me. It's going to affect areas east of Johnstown near Barrick Corners, Cokesbury Corners, and Fredonia here in Ohio. Tornado warned storm with some rotation over Johnstown. Let me step this back and see if it looked more impressive earlier. Yeah, it was a little tighter over here. That's broadened out as it's gone through the Johnstown area, which is good news for no tornado. Some winds down here are going to be pushing out towards Alexandria, Granville, Newark, all under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then areas with some larger hail back here towards Gahanna. This is just north of the airport in Columbus, northeast side of Columbus here, out 670 and 270. That's where some of the larger hail looks like it's falling right now. That is going to continue moving east. And as that does, that's going to be out towards Blacklick, Summit Station, Pataskala, Sunshine Park, maybe back into the Jersey and Oakland areas, as well as east towards Union Station, Heath, and Locust Grove. That area for severe thunderstorms also includes Newark out to Hebron. This is generally along and north of I-70 at the moment. Still have strong storms back in the Columbus area between Dublin and Upper Arlington and Hilliard, Ohio. Those are going to be basically tracking the same direction across the Columbus metro. So especially I-70 north, Upper Arlington here, and Hilliard, between those two cities here along 270, it's looking rough right now. Also need to update that. I haven't been as good as updating the bar in this temporary studio setup I'm in right now. But Hilliard over towards Upper Arlington, seeing some sizable hail. And then especially when you see these blue returns and these light pinks and purples, that's really indicating some sizable hail here just north of Columbus in Gahanna. Tracking back up to our tornado warning. Still some broad rotation, but it's weakened significantly now here, just to the east of Johnstown along US 62. If that tightens back up, it is holding towards Barrick Corners, Cokesbury Corners, Fredonia, and maybe as far east as St. Louisville and Chatham. Definitely some higher winds also here in this storm. Watching that area push towards the Granville, Heath, Newark, and Hebron areas in Ohio. Further north, this area was tornado warned earlier. Still have a tornado possible tag. I see some areas of rotation. This looks really weird down here. Let's take a closer look at all these points. Bowing out to this storm here near Berlin. Yeah, there's several points of rotation in this now kind of bow echo segment here. There's one up here in the comma head, one near Berlin, and then there's some contamination, but I think there's some rotation down here by Warsaw on the southern flank of this storm. All areas are worth watching, but beyond that, you also have the bowing winds. They're coming out through Berlin, headed towards New Philadelphia right now. That warning also extends up to Canton, Orville, Worcester right now, headed towards the New Philadelphia, Ulrichville, and Newcomerstown. The strongest part of the storm should stay north of Coshocton. Hopefully saying that right. It's far from the radar, so there may be some contamination in here, but this is a fairly tight area of circulation if that holds true. This area here is also rotating a bit tighter than it was a minute or two ago on the scans. So watching this area here by Mount Hope, that would be headed up towards Navarre and Brewster. And there's still a little bit of area rotation here near Walnut Creek and Berlin. But especially this area looks a little bit stronger as it moves up towards Navarre, Walnut Creek, Strasburg, over towards Dover and New Philadelphia are in this part of the warning. These are also headed in the general direction of Canton. So especially along I-77 south of Canton, that area is a particular area that we definitely want to watch for tornadic development. The tornado warning by Johnstown has been allowed to expire. Watching still that gust of wind, but also a little broad rotation now pushing towards Granville. That original area rotation has definitely weakened out, and you can see some bowing winds coming out of that segment of the storm. Regardless of any rotation, this is going to be a strong storm coming through Granville, Heath, Newark, down towards areas just north of I-70, Hebron area, Reynoldsburg, Gahanna, with the larger hailstorm back in this area here along 62 and 270. That's also essentially sliding along I-70, so towards that Heath and Hebron area. Need to watch out for a couple rounds of storms. Our furthest south warning now for one of the storms that we've been watching for a while, trying to develop around the Cincinnati-Dayton area. Those storms have now finally developed, and now in the Mount Sterling area, a pretty significant little hailstorm. That's generally lifting towards Circleville along Route 23. Should go just north of Circleville. Towards the areas around Commercial Point, Derby, South Bloomfield, if that holds together. Not seeing much rotation on it, but for a newer storm, that has a decent hail core on it. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This storm is right over the airport, so we're not going to get a great look at it. It's now being warned for over 1-inch hail, and that checks out. Likely see some hail reports in here between Gahanna, New Albany, and Jersey. That's sliding east. The good news is it looks like the hail core is coming down in the cell that's over New Arlington and Worthington at the moment, or Upper Arlington. Behind that, towards Dublin and Plain City, you're going to be clearing out Marysville, clearing out of severe weather. Still a chance of some severe weather down here towards West Jefferson if these cells upscale, as well as non-severe at the moment, but a strong cell over downtown Columbus right now. So no tornado warnings at the moment. Checking in on Cleveland, no severe thunderstorm warnings up here, but we do have a special weather statement. That includes 50-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail. These are some decently strong storms from Avon Lake down through Straunsville and coming up through Parma right now. They're actually headed along the lake shore towards the Cleveland downtown, and then out east towards Euclid and Bedford and Aurora. Strong storms but non-severe headed towards Akron. They're right now over Lodi and Medina. And then our severe storms here down towards Canton. Large hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible. A couple points of rotation in here. One now north and east of Berlin, and also one down here near Warsaw are worth watching. This one near Berlin is going to be headed up towards the Canton area, so we definitely want to watch that as that's a more populated area. And then gusts to 70-mile-an-hour winds coming out along this storm from Orville, Massillon, Canton, New Philadelphia, towards Newcomersville. If you're out ahead of this particular storm, 70-mile-an-hour winds and wind-blown hail are a particular problem. Those can damage windows and actually enter houses. So I would treat this almost like a tornado warning. Be in your tornado safe space here. Right now we have no technical tornado warning, so I'll turn that tag back to severe thunderstorm. But this is a developing situation here with an area rotation now near Mount Hope and Beach City, headed up towards Navarre. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for 80-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is moving east at 55, so almost highway speed, which means if you're out ahead of this warning, you're not going to have a ton of time. So if you don't have a storm on you now, you're going to in a very short amount of time. If you're out here, New Philadelphia up to Canton and Massillon and anywhere in between along 77, I would be taking tornado precautions. If I lived in that area, I would be on the lowest level, most interior room of a stable structure. 80-mile-an-hour winds can easily tip over a temporary structure like a garage or a camping trailer or a mobile home. And areas here, a couple areas of rotation are worth noting. Those can just create quick spin-up tornadoes that just exacerbate the situation of overall 80-mile-an-hour winds coming at you. Still some rotation here now east of Warsaw, but it's this area here that I'm really watching for a couple couplets. The Warsaw area is a little broader. This is an arcing segment here up towards Beach City, likely seeing those severe thunderstorm winds. And then we see the two areas of rotation up here coming towards Brewster, between Brewster and New Hope, lifting up towards Navarre. And then the other one is between Walnut Creek and Strasburg, lifting up towards Strasburg, Dover, Strasburg, Beach City, Brewster, and Navarre, and Bolivar. I would definitely be in your tornado safe space here for those areas of rotation, but more broadly the 80-mile-an-hour winds that the storm is being warned for. And then beyond that, Massillon and Canton, I would be taking my safety measures here as well. Being inside, away from windows, lowest level, as we do have those two areas of rotation and those 80-mile-an-hour winds. Those are surging out north and east towards the Canton area. Still some broad rotation also down here near Warsaw. The storm in the Newark area, now over by Jersey and Alexandria, is getting an extension. Gusty winds approaching Newark and Heath right now, with hail hanging back to the areas just north of Reynoldsburg. So this storm is a hail threat and wind threat as well, as it's starting to bow out with the larger hail tucked back in there. That's all headed towards Newark, Heath, and Hebron. Still severe thunderstorms back in the Columbus area with heavy rain, gusty winds, possibly some small hail. And then also the areas around Mount Sterling. Pretty good sized hail. Also a little bit of rotation here south of Mount Sterling. So this is a storm that we have to watch. It's a little more discreet than the other cells. And that's moving generally east. That is generally moving east towards Commercial Point, south of Bloomfield, Walnut, and areas just probably to the north of Circleville. Need to really pay attention for this hailstorm here over Mount Sterling as that heads east. If that holds together, it could affect the areas around Lancaster, Ohio, and the areas south and east of Columbus, between Groveport and Lancaster. So if you're just joining us, no tornado warnings at the moment, but two more severe thunderstorms with some significant wording on them. This area here is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, and it's also for 80-mile-an-hour winds. So expecting extensive tree damage, widespread power outages, and damage to mobile homes, as well as vehicles and roofs. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Also a couple areas of rotation that we've been watching, one near Beach City and one now approaching Strasburg in Ohio. If you're out ahead of this, in New Philadelphia up to Canton, and the smaller towns that are between those areas, Ulrichburg, also along US or I-77, I would be taking my tornado precautions for not only the couple areas of possible rotation, but more significantly for the damaging wind threat that's now approaching you guys. 80-mile-an-hour winds can easily knock down trees, so if you're in an area that has a lot of trees around it, that's just another reason not to be on the top floor, to be on the low-level interior room. The circulation around Brewster seems to be broadening a bit. This area near Strasburg, though, still is holding together for a decent circulation, not super strong, though. That would be headed up towards Strasburg and Mineral City and Boulevard. Yeah, the rotation in that Brewster section of the storm was tighter a few scans ago. You can see there's one here near Berlin, and then this is the one that's now near Brewster. Still watching those areas though. This area here for Beach City, Brewster, and then more specifically this area around Strasburg. Got some new warnings in. They're warning this storm well ahead of it for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. More immediately, it's got a little bit of broad rotation around Heath and Newark, but it's got a pretty good hail core still in it. Back here towards Etna and Pataskala in Ohio, along Ohio 16 and Ohio 310. Basically between Ohio 161 and I-70. That's where your strongest hail signature is in this storm. The stronger winds are coming through Newark and Heath right now, also in the Granville area, down towards Hebron, especially strong winds along the leading edge of this, and then gusty thunderstorm winds. The storm now over Mount Sterling has a little rotation still on it, but it's now been upscaled to 1¼ inch hail. That's getting closer to the ping pong ball size. Also don't like the look of this intensifying hail core. That is a little closer to the southern Columbus suburbs. That would be affecting Groveport, Walnut, South Bloomfield. These two cells here south of Columbus with some sizable hail coming at you guys. And then Columbus itself finally starting to clear out. Maybe one more small thunderstorm. But all of the hail right now is east of Columbus. And we're already starting to get some hail reports in here. Would not be surprised to see more. Upper Arlington has 1 inch hail. Worthington area had 1 inch hail. Area right around the airport, Gahanna, had 1 inch hail. So that looks like this hailstorm is verifying here, as it's right over Pataskala, headed towards Heath and Hebron and Newark. Right now, Heath and Hebron and Newark are already getting the gusty winds from the part of that thunderstorm. But the hail is tucked back in there behind the leading edge. So storms south of Columbus are moving more easterly, so I don't think they're going to come back up into the Columbus area. But areas between Groveport and Circleville and then over towards Lancaster need to take warning for those. Back up in the Canton area, still have a destructive thunderstorm tornado possible. Tornado threat is diminished, at least in the short term. Still a couple of those rotation points here around Strasburg and then just south of Navarre. But most importantly, this is an area of 80-mile-an-hour winds headed up along 77. Massillon, Canton, Louisville, Waynesburg, Mineral City, New Philadelphia, Dover, down towards Bakersville and Newcomerstown all need to be taking this area pretty seriously here. If this continues, we're going to have more of a damaging wind threat, but also need to watch out for QLCS type tornadoes, the quick spin ups along the leading edge. A couple circulations still showing as this tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning continues for these areas. This will likely also be extended out towards Augusta and Carrollton in Ohio. And then still that strong hail signature showing up behind the leading edge here towards Heath. And then this storm continues to be showing impressive hail signatures. You can see those blues and bright purples. That's really indicating some sizable hail in here. Just to the northwest of Circleville. Yeah, they're going to warn this storm out pretty far here. Good news is there is a decrease in the wind. It's now just being warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still tornado possible, still 1 inch hail. That area is still showing signs of rotation. Here now along I-77 north of Dover, and then some broader rotation south of Massillon. It's turning into a calm ahead circulation with the trailing high winds here. So this is definitely turning into a QLCS system here. That's going to bring pretty high winds through New Philadelphia, Newcomerstown, Aldrichville. And again, you want to treat this similar to a tornado, especially if you live in wooded areas that have maybe more prone to trees falling on your house. Certainly if you live in a mobile home or work in a temporary structure like a garage or that type of area, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, and it includes Cadiz, Hopedale, Aldrichville, New Philadelphia, Carlton, and Augusta here in eastern Ohio, as well as East Liverpool, right where Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia meet. These are areas along US 30, basically from the Pennsylvania state line all the way to Canton. This is from I-77 from Newcomerstown all the way up through Canton. Hopefully there's not as many people on the highway right now because these are some gusty winds, possibly embedded circulations, but that's also a north-south highway and meeting winds from the west, northwest. And in fact, let's go see if we have some cameras out this way. We do have some, but they're still the non-live cameras. Let me see here if we can get some from the Pittsburgh area. that will do. Looks like they're going to upgrade a tornado warning here. Alright, so we have a live cam. This is essentially on the Ohio-Pennsylvania border looking west. So as these storms head our way, we should be able to start to see them a little more as they enter the areas in eastern Ohio. We now have a tornado warning though. Oh, that's right. I'm going to have to reset this camera like a lot. That's going to be a little bit annoying, but we'll keep checking back on it. Especially as those storms get closer here. Alright, let's dive in here. We have a tornado warning now covering some of the same areas, this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's for this rotation here now near New Philadelphia, headed towards Augusta and Carlton in eastern Ohio. This is a fairly hilly area too, so you're not going to see a tornado coming. It's in the line here near between Boulevard and Mineral City. Some decent circulation here showing up. Let's go back a couple frames and we can see how quickly this tightened up. Okay, so it's been there for a little bit. It was that area that we were watching earlier around Strasburg. So there you can see it here around Strasburg. We're watching a couple circulations, also one near Brewster. That moved off to the northeast and broadened. But this Strasburg one has remained pretty tight and even flared up a little tighter here near Boulevard. So definitely worthy of a warning. Looking at trends here, and then this is moving east generally towards Mineral City, Delroy, Malvern, Waynesburg, Augusta, Carlton, Summitville, Salineville, and Bergholz. All in a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. Larger than that is this large severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible and 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. That's from the areas around Canton all the way to the Ohio-PA border around East Liverpool, and then down towards Ulrichville, New Philadelphia. This is a damaging line of storms here coming your direction here. Cadiz and Hopedale also in that. So you can see on radar here, you can see the storm, and this little hook here is what we're our rotation point, moving across Mineral City right now east of I-77, although still not a great drive on this. Still some broad rotation in the comma head up here by Canton, but the main threat up here is going to be the damaging winds. And you can see the little notch in here. This is where the storm is getting some inflow and then trying to surge out on the southern flank of that. Right over Mineral City and Ohio 800. This is generally going to follow out on Ohio 542 towards the areas between Delroy, Carlton, Malvern, and Waynesburg. Also in the warning, Augusta, Summitville, Salineville, Bergholz. Just outside the warning are Sherardsville and Amsterdam. The rest of the people outside of this tornado warning need to be sheltering like a tornado. So even down towards Hopedale and Cadiz, certainly towards Ulrichville, New Philadelphia, the storm is basically on you now. As this storm has damaging wind potentials up to 70 miles an hour. Also watching some damaging thunderstorms here with hail, and now starting to see some of the hail reports come in here around Mount Sterling by a trained spotter. This storm does have a little broad circulation on it too, near South Bloomfield, but the hail is the main threat right along US 23 between Commercial Point and Circleville. That includes South Bloomfield. And that is going to continue moving east over areas like Walnut Royalton. Amanda and Carol also in the severe thunderstorm warning along US 33 here. So Walnut, Royalton, Amanda, and likely eventually Lancaster. You're just outside of the warning right now, but this signature does seem to be holding together. I would no doubt they're going to extend a warning eventually this way for the large hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. North of that area right now, there's some strong thunderstorms around Carroll, Baltimore, and Millersport. The more severe thunderstorms right now are over Newark and Heath towards Hanover with some hail and damaging wind potential. See that on the leading edge. Couple areas of rotation, but it's still fairly broad right now. But some areas here rotating near Hanover and Hopewell are worth watching. That is coming along I-70 towards Hopewell, Philo, Zanesville, New Concord, and then points north and east of that up towards Cambridge, Center, Byesville, and Pleasant City. So once again, we have some damaging thunderstorms, still a radar indicated tornado for the areas east of Mineral City now, approaching Carlton, Delroy, Waynesburg, Malvern, Augusta, Summitville, Salineville, and Bergholz, all in the tornado warning for this area right here, just east of Mineral City. That's moving generally east towards areas around Carlton. So if I didn't call your city, hopefully you just know your town name and where that is in relation to some of these bigger towns and cities in this warning area. Still the broad rotation in the calm ahead, not worthy of a tornado warning, but some damaging winds up here near Canton, and now points east along US 30. And again, this area is all being warned in addition to the tornado for the 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. 1-inch hail. So that's the size of about a quarter. Seeing some stronger storms near Akron and Cuyahoga Falls. Not really seeing any rotation in here, but some strong storms. Now, in the Cleveland area, and they just updated the weather statement here for half-inch hail. That's close to like pea-sized hail, and then 50-mile-an-hour winds. That all is in the Cleveland area right now. Some gustier winds also look like they are possibly here around Bedford and Shaker Heights, headed towards Aurora, Ohio. And those gusty winds and small hail potential is all the way down into the Akron area at the moment. New severe thunderstorm warnings. Out in western PA, there's been some storms that have been popping up east of our tornado watch. So we can see there actually was really nothing there about 40 minutes ago, and then storms have popped up and especially upscaled in the last 15 minutes or so, with now 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One near Indiana. That is for gusty winds up to 60 and also close to 1-inch hail. North of Indiana, Pennsylvania, for areas up along 119, rain Dixonville, Rochester Mills, and Glen Campbell. We were talking about this area with the big hailstorms last weekend. That also extends up from the areas north of Indiana, Pennsylvania, up towards Punxsutawney and Big Run. Basically north of Indiana, Pennsylvania, along Highway 119. That is going to be a path of this storm as far as Glen Campbell and Big Run in the warning there. And then another pretty good sized hail signature between Rimmersburg and Mahoning. That's generally headed up north and east towards Limestone, Somerville, Ramseytown, New Bethlehem, and Corsica along I-80. This storm looks like it's going to get a weather statement now, but if it holds true to those two storms to the south, that may also warrant a severe thunderstorm with some hail potential headed up right across Clarion and then eventually headed up towards Scotch Hill. So 3 cells right now in western Ohio that are all severe warned for larger hail. Back towards this area here, not seeing as tight a rotation as there was. It was in this area here. There may be a newer area rotation up towards Augusta right now. These are the problem with the QLCS type storm systems, is rotation will strengthen in one part of the storm and then weaken in another, and then it tightens up in a different part, just based on where the storm is tapping inflow. So you can see when this was tornado warned here back by Route 800, it was definitely a tighter couplet, even a little inflow notch right there. That has significantly broadened, but I do see that rotation here on the north side has tightened a little bit. So still watching this area now. Right between Waynesburg and Malvern, headed generally towards Augusta. I think the original area of rotation has weakened where it doesn't warrant a imminent tornado threat. Still, though, this is a dangerous storm. If you're already in your safe place, out ahead of this in Carlton and Augusta and points in between, I would be staying in your safe space, as this storm does have the potential for not only quick spin-up tornadoes, but also 80-mile-an-hour winds. It was being warned for previously. Potentially small hail, especially around this area here. Goshen, New Philadelphia, and Ulrichville. Looks like there's some pretty significant winds pushing out here along US 250 and 77 here, right around New Philadelphia. So that wind threat is going to continue on regardless of any tornado signatures. Still a little rotation here around Malvern. Watching that up towards Minerva, East Rochester, Hanoverton, and Augusta, and Somerville. Again, though, if you're in this tornado warning, it's good to just stay in your tornado safe space. Let these couple points of rotation pass, but also let this area of 70-mile-an-hour winds pass by. The storm is moving at 55 or 60 miles an hour, so it's not likely going to last very long anyway. And already starting to get some reports in behind the storm, 61-mile-an-hour winds in Holmes County, Ohio, near Berlin. We had a big tree down, 1.5 feet diameter, snapped 3 feet above the ground, back near Lexington and Belleville and Butler in Ohio. So this storm definitely means business. And then also watching the storm to the south in Newark. This storm here is generally headed towards the Hopewell area and Zanesville, just along and north of I-70, with some larger hail potential. The other storm that has the larger hail that we've been tracking here near Centerville and Walnut and South Bloomfield. South Bloomfield may be in another hail core here in a few minutes, but there's 2 or 3 storms here with some sizable hail south of Columbus right now, all moving generally east. That's going to affect areas here: Royalton, Amanda, Carroll, Baltimore has a hail core right now, possibly towards West Rushville, and then not in a warning yet, but Lancaster, I would expect that this warning may continue for you guys. Another storm that's worth watching is this one here near Plano and east now of Washington Courthouse in Ohio. Still the ongoing tornado warning, radar indicated for areas west of Carlton. Between Malvern and Carlton is an area rotation that we're watching here. So headed towards Augusta, Summitville, Salineville, Carlton, Delroy, and Bergholtz. Please continue to be in your safe space here. And then also watching these areas here now in Pennsylvania. Strong cell popping up near Ohioville with some decent returns. That would be headed up towards Mayfield and Beaver Falls. And then also watching storms out ahead of this line. Those are in the areas near Rain and approaching Punxsutawney, and then areas between New Bethlehem and Limestone. Also up in the Clarion area. With some small hail potential and gusty winds up there. This storm is looking a little less impressive in the hail core than it was when it was warned around Rain and Dixonville right now. But also some strong cells showing up south of there that may be worth watching as those move into central Pennsylvania. Yeah, both these storms here that are severe warned did look a little more vigorous a few minutes ago. So they may tend to weaken as they move into the areas along I-80. Checking this storm here near East Liverpool. It's a storm that actually is increasing right now. You can also see the lightning is picking up. It's a small cell, but right now packing a punch here near Ohioville. And then the tornado warning has been allowed to drop. So we're back to the damaging severe thunderstorm warning. That includes everything from the Ohio state line here near East Liverpool all the way down to Hopedale and Cadiz, over towards Newcomerstown, and now the areas here just east of New Philadelphia, south and east of Canton, towards Augusta and Carlton. This area is being warned for tornado possible, but also 70-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail, especially this area around Carlton and Augusta may have a hail core in there with those purples showing up. Strong winds also in this area here between Ulrichville and Sherrodsville, and Delroy also approaching the Carlton area. We can check it for any new circulations. In line segments like this, they tend to pop up fairly quickly. Still some showing up around Malvern and Minerva, but not as tight as it was when it was warned for the tornado. Otherwise, not as much circulation down here, but this is just a big gust of wind headed your way, likely damaging trees, power lines. Also, not well-built structures may have some problems here, as this is a Boeing segment of 60-plus mile-an-hour wind. You can also check. That is showing up, could be some above 60 towards 70 miles an hour in here. So we could see some reports that are close to hurricane force winds up in this area. Let's see if they've updated the warning at all. So still just quarter-size hail, but 70-mile-an-hour winds is the main threat with this thunderstorm here. Still a little rotation up by Augusta. But it's this area here, Ulrichville up to Augusta and Carlton, that looks like it has the main threat for the winds. So this is generally headed towards Carlton, Cadiz, Hopedale. Just outside the warning is some populated areas right in the West Virginia and Ohio state line. Steubenville, Toronto, over towards Weirton, and also just at the edge of the warning, it's East Liverpool. These areas here, not in the warning yet, but I would expect that a severe thunderstorm warning for these same type of conditions, 70-mile-an-hour winds, dangerous winds, and small hail will continue, as it looks like this line segment is holding together. So not in a warning yet, but if you're out here by Weirton and East Liverpool, it's a good idea to start making your action plans to be inside, away from windows, and try and protect yourself from damaging winds that are coming your way, as well as potential spin-ups. Still seeing some rotation here near Minerva. So Lancaster, Ohio did get into this warning. Now seeing that extended here, Royalton up towards Baltimore, West Rushville, Lancaster, Bremen, Sugar Grove, all in an area here to see some larger hail. And then still back towards South Bloomfield, you guys already had a 1-inch hail report. Likely seeing now more hail in that area. Also a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still watching that cell to the south of that. And then we're really starting to see a lot of these hail reports come in here from the Columbus area. Mostly 1-inch hail. And a couple areas of close to 60-mile-an-hour wind. Columbus now is finally clear, so if you're in the Columbus area for the evening, your severe threat is done. All the way back down towards Dayton and Springfield, London, Ohio, and as well as down in the Cincinnati area, your severe threat is done for the day. It never really materialized down here, so nice for Cincinnati. Just got kind of a mild afternoon. That extension of the warning here for the cell around Baltimore, that's going to go out towards Crooksville and New Lexington with 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail possible in that part of the storm. Zanesville, the hail core, I would agree. It looks like they've updated this to 0.75 inch. That is a little less than quarter size hail. Probably closer, I think that's closer to penny size hail. And trying to see if there's any rotation in here in one of my other products. There may be a little bit. At least there was a couple scans ago. It's hard to tell. There may be some rotation up in here just north of Zanesville. It's still broad though if it's up in here. But worth watching. The hail at least has come down in this storm. Still a dangerous storm though, headed along I-70 towards New Concord, Cambridge, Byesville, Pleasant City, and Center. It does not look like it's going to be a pleasant evening in Pleasant City. Bigger hail right now is south of Columbus, approaching Lancaster, now near West Rushville, east of Baltimore, headed towards Somerset, West Rushville, Junction City, Crooksville, and Corning in south central Ohio. Now watching those storms that were showing some pretty gusty winds here south of Cleveland. They are going to warn those now. And you can see those still gusting out here towards Bainbridge, Ohio, and Aurora. We called about them earlier. Headed towards Mantua, Hiram, Garrettsville, out along the areas east of Cleveland along 422. That's essentially where that warning goes. Also being warned for 1-inch hail possible. We'll see, this area here is a bit rain cool. Looks like there's some showers and storms ahead of this line. So we'll see if this line can maintain energy as it gets into a little bit of a rain-cooled environment. That's over Youngstown and Warren right now. Cleveland area and east and west, you guys are clear. Basically, if you're along 71 and west of 71, you guys are clear of severe weather between Cleveland and Columbus. And actually, 71 curves down to Cincinnati. So 71 and west, you guys are all clear. Our biggest threat right now seems to be a hail threat here southeast of Columbus. That's going to continue over towards Marietta, Athens, Logan, eventually towards Wheeling, and then if it holds together towards Clarksburg and Morgantown. In West Virginia. So this area right now seems to be our biggest hail threat. With those storms there down by Lancaster. And then this area here, south of Youngstown, now east of Canton. This area here is our bigger wind threat here with a mini QLCS headed generally towards the Pittsburgh area. That area has had the warnings for the 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. And that will likely continue to be warned out ahead of this. Areas north of Wheeling towards Pittsburgh is the areas that I'm watching for the most severe winds here, at least in the short term. Still ongoing hailstorms up here near Limestone and Clarion. The storm down by Punxsutawney has weakened like it looked. And but still some hailstorms here along I-80, Clarion and points north and east, as well as Limestone and points north and east. That's coming up towards Somerville, Corsica, Brookville, and Ramseytown for this southern system just north of New Bethlehem. And then the other storm is near Clarion right now. That's moving up towards Scotch Hill, Clarington, Millstone, and Wowwinkle. Hopefully said that right. Also Loletta in Pennsylvania. This is in north central Pennsylvania. That little cell has earned a special weather statement for the areas around Riverview and West Mayfield. We can check our traffic cam. Let's take a look here. Reset the camera. Okay, this is that area here on the traffic cam. And we're seeing a pretty dark cloud here. I think we're looking at this little cell right on the Ohio and Pennsylvania state line. Our traffic cam is right here on the turnpike looking west. So we're seeing that cell here just slide up now north of the interstate. Still looks mostly dry in this camera, but we're watching the severe thunderstorms back towards Augusta and Salem and Carlton as they move in the direction of this camera as well as the direction of western Pennsylvania. Good news is this area seemed to have some rain-cooled air here, so the north end of this line that's moved through Canton does seem less severe as it's coming through Sebring and Salem. Also, some general thunderstorms up towards the Youngstown area and over towards Newcastle. Had some big hailstorms last weekend in that area. Good news for you guys, it looks like that is less severe at the moment. Still strong storms with severe thunderstorm warnings for Mantua, Aurora, up to Bainbridge, and Chagrin Falls and Chesterland in northeast Ohio. This is now east of Cleveland for a severe thunderstorm warning in this area here. That's going to continue lifting up if it holds together Southington and Chagrin in Ohio for this cluster of storms, generally moving east towards eventually Mecca, Cortland, and Williamsfield. We can also look and just check for the wind in here. So you can see the wind in here on the velocities. Surging out here near Aurora, and then just east of Kent, headed towards Newton Falls. If this area wind holds together, it could be into the Warren, Southington, and Mesopotamia Township areas here in a few minutes. That is some pretty strong wind. We can scope that too. Let's take a look here. Since we're decently close to the radar site, we can get a pretty good estimate of winds in this storm. So that is showing some 50, 55, probably some 50, 55 mile an hour winds, at least in these areas here. Maybe some gusts over that. That's all here in this area north and east of Akron and south and east of Cleveland. So Cleveland, downtown Cleveland is now out of the severe weather threat. This is all an area that's pushing south and east now towards Aurora and east of Kent. Just now seeing a new damage thing. Damage indicator for a tree down by a train spotter here in Portage County. Grabbing a drink real quick, and we'll reset our traffic cam. Okay. So trees down already reported in this area. A couple areas of rotation, not too tight right now, but a couple areas there. And then this area is really bowing out from Aurora east down 422. So if you live east of Aurora, Ohio, down 422 towards Southington, that area here has some pretty high wind potential. And north right now of where we're generally seeing a lot of activity. So taking a look at this destructive part of the storms, let's take a look and check out motion on this. Some of the reflectivity is weakening in general. That does not mean that this severe threat is over though. But especially areas now east of Augusta and Carlton, headed towards East Liverpool. That's likely your stronger gusts in here towards East Liverpool. And then also north of Augusta up towards Columbiana. That area has some bowing segments here. Checking out the storms down in Zanesville. Still possibly some penny-sized hail up here just north of I-70 coming towards Cambridge. And then south of that, around the Lancaster area, there's just a ton of storms. Looks like Radar Omega is going through a reset for a second. There we go. Alright, back up. So tons of storms here near Lancaster, Ohio, all with severe thunderstorm potentials. Some wind gusts are likely here in Crooksville over to New Lexington, but then there are some hail cores showing up. And a couple of these storms here particularly have a history of producing hail. One now over Lancaster right now. Another one behind that is moving over the same path. So Royalton, Amanda, Walnut, and then eventually again towards Lancaster. And then the newer cell here, just getting warned, is this area here towards Circleville along Route 23. That's headed towards Buena Vista, Gibsonville, Enterprise, and Logan with some decent sized hail. That is 1-inch hail. All these are going to have 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. You can see that is quickly verifying as we have hail reports coming out of this area from Mount Sterling over towards Walnut in Pickaway County, Ohio. That's over 1-inch hail. Close to ping pong ball size hail. and then 1-inch hail being reported in South Bloomfield. Those two storms are moving back to back over Lancaster and Walnut right now, and then a strong storm here, Williamsport and Circleville, headed generally towards Logan. I haven't mentioned Michigan at all because Michigan is clear of any severe weather. And the final showers now are east into Canada. There have been some severe reports back there, so 65, 70 mile an hour winds likely came through the Detroit metro. But beautiful evening now here in lower Michigan. So back to our strongest area of this line. Tornado possible, 1-inch hail, and 70 mile an hour wind. That's now approaching the areas here from Hopedale, Cadiz, and up to East Liverpool. Looking at our traffic cam, we can see a rain shadow back there to the west. And that is likely this area of rain here in Ohio still. Our traffic cam is down here. So we're watching this area of rain and storms, some severe, headed our direction in general. Particularly this area here down through Augusta and Carlton is the severe part of the storms with 70 mile an hour wind potential. That's generally headed towards the Toronto, Steubenville, and Weirton areas in the Ohio and West Virginia state line. Checking for some rotation here. Not seeing much. Looks like the tornado threat is reducing here with these areas, but I was going to check this area here, and we do have a tornado warning here for Warren. This is a radar indicated tornado just near Freedom and Windham. This was an area that had a little rotation earlier. South of Mantua. There's also another rotation point up here, but it's broader, north of Aurora. We can really see, though, this wind surge here gusts quickly out in front and creates the circulation just back in here. So it is tightened up remarkably quickly within just a couple scans. This is probably the tightest rotation that we've seen. Also, luckily it's the closest to the radar. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado in this one, and we may be able to see this with CC here. Let's watch this area here as the radar updates. This is a tight area rotation, right approaching Windham. So if you're in this tornado warning, this is a pretty quick spin up here. Windham, and then Newton Falls, Southington, Warren, Cortland, and Mecca, all in this tornado warning. That is a tight rotation signature. This extends east of Warren to the Ohio and Pennsylvania state line. Pretty tight rotation right in this Windham area. We'll have to see here when the radar updates if we have any debris signature. That may be the start of the debris signature. We'll have to see when the radar updates. We'll have to double check this here when it updates in another couple minutes. But that is some pretty tight rotation. Just coming into the Windham area, east of Freedom. If you're in this warning, take it seriously. Garrettsville, Newton Falls, Phalanx, and Southington, Champion Township, Warren, Niles, Churchill, Brookfield Township, Hartford, Cortland, Mecca, Kingsman. Hopefully said your town name. If not, you know where you are in relation to the towns that I mentioned. Generally headed east, maybe just slightly north of east. This is going to be over Windham, headed towards Phalanx, Braceville Township, just north of downtown Newton Falls, and up towards the Southington Champion Township. If it holds together, also Warren. Haven't had a tornado warning in a while, and I'm just checking, glancing at the rest of the line. Still some really strong winds showing up, headed towards the Pittsburgh area. And still some broad rotation in the cell to the north. You can see the quick spin up here of this cell to the north and west of Newton Falls. I would say also the rotation on the north side of this, north of Aurora now, south of Chardon, is staying broad, so not having to worry about it as much here as this storm near Windham. So still tight rotation showing up over Windham. This may be the start of a debris signature on the CC. That is headed up towards Phalanx, Southington, Champions Township, Warren, also south of Garrettsville. We're going to want to be in your safe space here. Right over Windham. This may be the debris signature. We'll have to wait another scan to see if that verifies. But generally up towards Warren, Phalanx, Southington, Champions Township, and Cortland in eastern Ohio. Definitely the tightest area rotation that we've seen today. And still just being labeled as radar indicated. This goes all the way out as a tornado warning to the Ohio and PA state line. So if you're in this warning, Niles, Warren, Hartford, up to Kingsman, and up to Southington, Garrettsville, Newton Falls, please be taking your tornado emergency precautions here. Waiting on an update, and we'll be able to see if the CC moves with this signature. Likely the Weather Service is doing the same. And they are going to call this an observed tornado here. So their radar may have updated quicker than mine. So damaging tornado. Let me see. Okay, radar confirmed. They're gonna go with this being a radar confirmed tornado. Again, their radar may have updated a minute or two quicker than ours here. But this is a debris signature coming up towards Phalanx over Windham. And the radar should be updating here. Right here between Windham, Braceville Township, and Phalanx. And yes, as the radar moved, this moved. So this is coming up along 422, Southington, Delightful. This is in Windham right now. And we're just going to make sure we get this out to as many people as possible. Once again, this is an observed tornado. Moving up towards Champion, Cortland, Mecca, just north of Warren. So once again, we are warning here for an observed tornado. See the debris signature coming towards Southington right now. Between Southington and Newton Falls. Newton Falls, you are in the warning, but this is going to slide just north of you guys, especially north side of Newton Falls. Still would be under your tornado safety space here. Towards Warren, please be in your tornado safe space. Checking out our damaging thunderstorm here complex, 70-mile-an-hour winds out into the Pittsburgh area. This is still our only tornado warning right now, and it's an observed tornado here over the Windham area. Rotation does seem to be broadening a bit, and the debris signature seems to be weakening a bit, but there could still be a tornado in progress right around Phalanax, headed up towards Delightful and Southington, along 422 and Ohio 534. So stay in your safe space here for Warren, Champion Township up towards Cortland. Also in the warning is Kinsman and Mecca, Hartford, Fowler, and Warren. Tornado possible tag on the storm to the north. A little bit concerned. It's in a similar environment as our ongoing tornado, and this rotation does seem to be tightening a little bit. South of Chardon, over towards Mesopotamia Township. This is in general headed up towards Williamsfield, and that goes basically to the Ohio state border as well. So two cells here that are pretty concerning here in the near term. Ongoing tornado in progress here near Southington, and then if this tightens back up, this may warrant a new tornado warning around Mesopotamia Township. let's check in on our correlation coefficient, and still seeing that there. We can track this back a couple. So again, rotation as it comes across here, just south of Freedom. You can see as it gets into the Windham area, the debris signature, and then that carries along with it. They're not quite synced up here, but that carries along with it from Windham over towards Phalanx. And it's still in there. You can see the CC in here. Newest scan, still a little CC drop in here. That could potentially indicate a tornado is ongoing and just not picking up debris to the level of our radar, or it could also mean that it's weakened and lifted from the ground. Still a decently tight rotation, headed up just into the Southington area and Champion Township. North sides of Warren. Again, we can see the trend here is weakening, luckily, but a very impressive signature as it came between Freedom and Windham. And then we can see the debris signature pick up right over Windham and between Windham and Phalanx. It's now dropped off in the debris signature. Still some lower CC values right in here near Southington and Phalanx. And they are going to say that that's a radar indicated tornado now. Still seeing a bit of a CC drop right there where the rotation and CC drop was. That's coming up right into Southington along 422 and Champion Township. I would just treat this like it's still a tornado on the ground if I were in these places, and it's still a tornado warning. At least we just don't have confirmation right now of a damaging tornado on the ground. This can easily spin back up as it cycles a little bit, and ooh. So you can see our rotation hanging back here near Southington, and then the storm is spun out from there. This has really spun itself up in the last couple frames. So we can see what it looked like when it started to rotate pretty strongly. Not much back in here, a little bit of broad rotation. And then that starts to tighten up as it gets south of Freedom. Now really tight, probably getting to be close to on the ground here, just west of Windham. Or Windham. And then we saw the debris signature pick up over Windham. And continue right to the Phalanx area. And now the rotation has actually hung back from the cell as that wind is surging out in front near Champion Township. But now the rotation is held back here. So very interesting look at the storm now. Still an ongoing tornado warning. Areas around Southington, Delightful. Still rotation being picked up here, and we can see it on the reflectivity. This is generally lifting up towards Champion Township, Wildair, Champion Heights, areas especially north sides of Warren, still under the tornado warning. And then areas east of there, Kinsman, Mecca, Johnson Township, and Cortland. Taking a look at this, it's a little bit weak, but it's still a tighter rotation than it was. We'll have to see if this gets a tornado warning. If it does, that would be coming up towards Windsor and Colebrook Township and New Lyme. Still just the one tornado warning. Still seeing a few lower values of CC here around the Southington and Delightful area. So this still could be the circulation just not on the ground at the moment, but still holding some dust or debris from the earlier tornado. as it came across the areas just probably north of Phalanx now. So still cautious here. Could be a circulation up in here, even though on radar the presentation has weakened. Still holding pretty strong here as winds are going away from the radar. Decently tight right up in here, and still a little bit of that CC drop. So I would treat this like it's an ongoing tornado. Champion Township, Wilder, north sides of Warren, please be in your safe spaces here. South of Bristol Township, and then this is coming up towards Mecca, Johnson's Township, Portland, and Fowler. Ongoing tornado warning. We had a confirmed tornado near Windham and Phalanx. That rotation is now lifting up towards Southington at the moment. And then still watching this area, some broader rotation in the areas here near Burton and Middlefield, headed up towards Windsor. That is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm. Also 60-mile-an-hour winds. So yeah, watching this area here. And then definitely the area here near Southington up towards Cortland and Mecca. This one towards Mesopotamia and Williamsfield. Here in Ohio. This is in eastern Ohio. While we are tornado free for the second here, severe thunderstorm warning got extended from Boardman in Ohio all the way through the Pittsburgh area, Cadiz. This just extends along that line that we saw earlier, now into Pennsylvania. So the areas around East Liverpool, Weirton, Moon Township, McCandles, Center Township, Pittsburgh, Bethel Park, and Plum, all in a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a large city here of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and it's warned for significant thunderstorm wind damage. So that is an impressive piece of severe thunderstorm warning. The other storms to the south, Cambridge area, now is being warned out through Wheeling. This is along I-70. It's right now over Cambridge, Center, Byesville, Pleasant City, with hail and wind possible all the way through Barnesville, St. Clairsville, and Wheeling. Also another pretty populated area here. And along some major interstates of 77 and 70. Taking a quick look down here, 1-inch hail, and even larger than that towards the ping pong ball size hail range is possible here south of Lancaster. We've already seen a number of hail reports back into the areas west of these storms, one over Lancaster and a bunch over here. So as these storms have tracked generally eastward, they've been dropping significant hail between a quarter and ping pong ball size. So that is worth watching here. Areas especially strong look like this area here south of Circleville, between Circleville and Kingston, for some larger hail. Also possible gusty winds coming through Logan, now through Lancaster, and then areas here New Lexington down to McConnellsville in Ohio. Storms east of Pittsburgh have gone below severe limits, so not as concerned with those at the moment. Let's get back to our tornado warned areas here. Still seeing some strong rotation here near Southington, between Southington and Cortland, and then a little broader rotation here near Mesopotamia Township, up in this area here. And then this storm doesn't look as punchy as it did earlier, but this area is still rotating, and you can see that here in the reflectivity. But two areas of rotation. One is warned as a severe thunderstorm, tornado possible. This one is ongoing. It was on the ground back near Windham. It may be back on the ground again. Let's check this CC here. So here it was here near Phalanax, with still a CC drop. You can see the CC came up in value. Still a couple little areas here in the orange that I was a little concerned about. The rotation probably just being off the ground just a little bit by Southington and Delightful. That seems to continue, so this is the area rotation. And then it did, looks like it lifted here, but believe it's re-intensified now over Champion Township. This is a re-intensified cell here, and I would guess they're going to put another observed tornado here on this, right near Champion Township, and coming up towards Wilder. This is north of Warren. If you're in the Warren downtown, you're clear of this tornado warning. North side of Warren, especially north of Route 5, the little Warren bypass, I would be taking your tornado precautions, especially up towards Champion Township. I think this is it right in here. CC doesn't look as impressive as it did that last scan, but let's treat this like it's an ongoing tornado as it heads towards Wilder, and then over towards Cortland, Mecca, Johnson's Township, Vernon Township, Fowler, Hartford, Orangeville, and Brazetta Township. This is still showing some tight rotation here as it's right between Champion Township and Wilder, generally moving east-northeast. And then that broad area rotation, that area does not have the CC drop that we would look for. It'd be in this area here, just now west of Windsor, and not seeing that CC drop. Now this area has been a little bit tighter recently. Still watching that area. Severe thunderstorm, tornado possible in that one, and also 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible in that storm. This one still likely has an ongoing tornado right in this area here. Let me check the CC compared to, it's right up in this area here in Wilder. And we can see, let me check the CC. I'm checking to see if this isn't just clear air on the back side, but it's a little too close to the circulation for my liking. This may have likely lifted and then just briefly touched the ground again as it's come across this area here. Yeah, there shouldn't be a CC drop like that, so I think it was back briefly here around 45. May still be in there, right just along and east of 45 here in Wilder. Still just calling it a radar indicated tornado, but a pretty tight area rotation that does seem to correlate with the CC drop right in there. That's headed up now from Champion Township over towards Cortland, Mecca, and Johnson Township is next in line for this. Areas just north of Warren. Not seeing as much CC, maybe a little bit right in here. So this may have lifted again. Still watching it though. This seems to be hugging more of the northern side of this tornado warning, so especially please be in your safe places here. Mecca, Johnson Township, north of Cortland. And then also out ahead of that, Kinsman, Vernon Township. Still watching that rotation here near Windsor. We can check these out, and the rotation around Mesopotamia Township seems to be staying broad. It's a little tighter than it was earlier. You can see when it was back here around 87, it was definitely more broad than it is now. That said, it hasn't fully intensified yet, versus the one here has stayed pretty tight and strong, especially here when it was producing the observed tornado. But if you're out ahead of this area here, let's see, Rome, New Lyme, Colebrook Township, Andover, Williamsfield, up to Dorset and Roaming Shores, you got a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible coming up your way from the Windsor area in Ohio and northeast Ohio. And then the stronger area here is right over the Wilder area, headed up towards Johnson Township and Mecca. Not seeing that CC drop for the minute. So a sign that it may not be on the ground here right now. Although I think we've seen it on the ground a couple times. So here it is back towards the Windham area. You can see it on the radar presentation as well as on the CC as it came across here near Phalanax. We've seen that decrease in the CC drop, or the increase in CC, but then it did appear back for a couple scans of the radar around Champion Township. So likely lifted here near Southington and then touched back down near Champion Township briefly before it looks like it's lifted again. It could also be that it's just, it could be on the ground and just not picking up on the CC, which is why we need to treat any tornado warning like it's on the ground, because it just may not be picking up debris to the level of our radar. Either way, this circulation is coming up between Mecca, Johnson Township, and Cortland in northeast Ohio. Next in line after that is areas around Kinsman, Fowler, also in the warning, and areas north of Hartford. This warning goes to the Pennsylvania and Ohio state lines. So we'll see here if that holds together, and if it does, then it would be up into the Greenville area in Pennsylvania. Also watching this area rotation north in the Windsor area. Still a bit broad and no CC drop, so that's a good sign for the areas around Windsor. So we're watching right up in here, approaching now Mecca and Johnson Township, Mosquito Creek Lake. We can see this is not a tornado that is very photogenic. This would be tucked back up into the rain here. So it's not going to be one like we've seen all over social media and in the Iowa areas last night and yesterday. Same for this area here in the Windsor area. You can see this storm definitely rotating near Windsor. It just has a broad rotation right now, so it's not quite to the level that we would want for a tornado warning. If this tightens up a little more, though, I would be getting ready to take tornado safety measures here in Rome, New Lyme, Roaming Shores, Dorset, and Andover. This is an area here that could quickly spin up into a tornado. Okay. Once again, tornado warning continues for Champion Township up towards Kinsman. This is just north and east of Warren, Ohio. We had an ongoing confirmed tornado still not seeing anything at the moment here. in the CC, but we can back that up and see the drop in the CC values. Briefly over Champion Township right here around 45 on the north side of Champion. And then back further in the Windham and Phalanx area. As it's now come across Champion Township. Should be getting a radar update here. A bit more broad on the last radar scan. It's definitely not as tight as it was just a couple scans ago. Still a dangerous storm. Broad rotation showing up over Mecca. This is headed up towards Kinsman and Johnson Township. Also rotation still showing here near Windsor. That'll be headed up towards Rome, New Lyme, Roaming Shores, Dorset, and Andover. While that rotation has broadened for a minute, I want to take a look and see about the storms here now coming into Pittsburgh. Pretty close to the radar site, and we're seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds. So that warning here around Pittsburgh for 70-mile-an-hour winds is likely holding. We have 70-mile-an-hour winds coming into Pittsburgh. Let's see if our camera... So now raining and storming here at our camera. We can also look at the trees and see if we get any higher gusts. This is on the PA Turnpike north of Pittsburgh here. And actually what I'll do is I like that camera, but let me see if I can get a different camera that's closer to where those 70-mile-an-hour winds are coming in. So this is a camera looking west. It's right by the Pittsburgh airport. You can see the storm coming towards this camera. So it's down here along 376, looking west here towards Moon Township. So it's looking west towards that. The dark clouds here are the storm line with the 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming in here now to Center Township, Beaver Falls, also down towards Weirton and Toronto, Steubenville, Ohio. But this is quickly approaching here the heart of the Pittsburgh Metro, Moon Township, and probably downtown Pittsburgh, Ross Township, McCandless, Cranberry Township, and Beaver Falls up towards Zelienople. I want to focus in again though on our ongoing tornado warnings and just double checking the rest of the line right now. I don't see anything as serious as these two. So still watching broad rotation now in the Mecca area. Definitely does not look as impressive as it did earlier, and not seeing that CC drop like we did earlier. The storm over here by the Windsor area still rotating. Still broad rotation though between Windsor and Colebrook Township up towards Rome and New Lyme. That area does not have a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm tornado possible. Still watching though this area around Mecca and Johnson Township approaching Kinsman. And still just holding as radar indicated. We've seen it though on the ground confirmed through the CC values at least once if not twice. And that is approaching now areas here on the Ohio-Pennsylvania state line around Kinsman. If you're in the Warren area, you've been cleared from the tornado warning, so Champion Township, Warren, Cortland, Fowler, Hartford, all clear of that tornado warning. The rotation now is over Mecca, Johnson Township area, headed towards Kinsman. You can really see the storm clouds here coming down 376 here in Pennsylvania. This is a live cam. I think it may be refreshing here. Quickly though, coming into this camera. So still want you to be in your safe space here. Mecca up to Kinsman, Johnston Township, Vernon Township, Kinsman. This was a dangerous storm that had a damaging tornado on the ground a while back towards Champion Township and towards Phalanx and Windham. Also watching that rotation still along Route 6 near Windsor. That was going up towards New Lyme. Still broad. It is rotating, but it's a broad area right now. And the area is approaching Pittsburgh here for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Also some gusty winds, it looks like, showing up here in some of these storms near Meadville, Titusville. Yeah, this cell has some gusty winds in it. Approaching Cherry Tree, Titusville. Another area of gusty winds here down near Newcastle and Elwood City. Our severe warning storms are a little further south. Center Township right now. Coming into Moon Township. They've also upped this warning to 80-mile-an-hour winds. So likely seeing what we saw earlier. We saw above 70. I think it was around 74 hurricane force winds coming into this area here. Our live cam is not living much here. It's kind of just it's into picture mode. It should be streaming, but it may be having some issues here as it's approaching the storm. Down towards Wheeling, another area of damaging winds between Cambridge, Woodsfield, and Wheeling. That's going to continue on as it approaches the West Virginia border. And then a bunch of hailstorms still down in the area around Lancaster, Ohio, and points south here near Circleville and south of Lancaster. This area is shifting over towards Logan, Ohio, and there's its warning continuation. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same for the areas around New Lexington, McConnellsville, and then that wind threat coming along 70 towards the areas around eventually Moundsville and Wheeling. You can still see the rotation in this cell here near Mecca, and then you can really see it in this rotation here near New Lyme. Watching these two areas of rotation. One is tornado warned, one has a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. Also 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still broad rotation right around Kinsman. Headed up to the areas around the Kinsman area. And then one here, still broad rotation around Rome, New Lyme. And that'll be headed up towards Dorset and Andover in Ohio. Good news is the one in the north side has been staying on the broad side of rotation, and then this one does seem to be getting more broad and weaker after producing a damaging tornado down near Windham. Yeah, there were a couple points here near Windsor where it started to tighten up a little bit, but it didn't really hold that. It really broadened out pretty quickly there. And then you can also see this area here from Mecca up to Kinsman. You can see what it looked like when it was a damaging tornado. The tight rotation, and then it's broadened out significantly coming up towards Mecca, Johnson Township, and Kinsman. Still though, tornado possible for both of these storms. They could tighten back up, could drop another tornado. We can take a look at these storms from the Pittsburgh radar site and really see these storms pushing in. This is from the airport radar site. So again, it's another low-level radar. Doesn't extend out very far. And this is helping to see what it looks like on the ground level here. So we can probably get some confirmation of these winds. Over 71, 62, 72. Starting to get a little further from the radar site, but there's at least 60 to 70, if not higher winds in here. You can see that here now, pushing through Moon Township, approaching 79, I-79 here. Oh, here we go. Wow, look at the wind. Look at the wind. This is a camera right at 79. This is a PennDOT camera. Look at the wind. You can see dust and maybe some rain curtain crossing the highway right now. You saw dust kick up in this construction site or dirt area here. And then you can see it on the far end along the hillside there. You can see more dust or rain kicking up. This camera is located right here as our leading edge is coming across the areas around Moon Township. Yeah, so our camera is right in this area right here. Those are now pushing out here. Yeah, okay, this is neat. You can see the wind is actually just out ahead of the precip here. So precip is about to be over I-79, but the wind is just a couple miles out ahead of that now east of I-79, headed up towards McCandless, Ross Township, Bellevue. It'll be coming into downtown Pittsburgh momentarily. And you can still see the wind here on the traffic cam. Now starting to see the curtains of rain pick in. But yeah, we saw a lot of wind and kicking up dust and debris as it came across the highway. Still a lot of traffic out there. Tornado warning in northern Ohio has been allowed to drop, so that's a good news for that area. Still some broad rotation in the areas here near Williamsfield, and then still a little bit north of that towards New Lyme. Just watching those carefully, see if they tighten up, but this area now has a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. But watching this area here of high winds now coming through Ross Township, already past Moon Township. You can now see the rain starting to pick up on this traffic cam. See if we can get out ahead of this dust storm. Okay, here's a good camera on PA 65 at US 19. The traffic closest to us here is going north, so we're looking into this storm. This should be a good look here as we can watch this storm come down into our camera here. It's right in this area, I think, right in here. So we're just a couple miles away from the wind, all pushing this direction here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we're watching a squall line here coming into downtown Pittsburgh with potentially 70-mile-an-hour wind. I actually think it's being warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds. So potentially damaging severe thunderstorms tracked across Ohio and now coming into this area here. The cars that are headed away from us are headed towards the storm, so you can see the dark clouds and the wall of rain that's coming down this river valley here along the Ohio River. A few minutes ago on one of the other cameras around Moon Township, we saw gusts of wind kicking up dust and debris, non-tornadic. It was along the leading edge of the severe winds. This isn't as dusty of a place, but we'll see if we can find the trees and shrubs off to the sides of the highway. We'll see if we can see the wind and rain as this comes in. It should just be coming in any minute now, as the heaviest winds are right over McKees Rocks, Bellevue, Avalon, up towards Ross Township right now. Further up towards Gibsonia, Cranberry Township, and Zelienople. This warning also stretches out towards Butler, Katanning, and areas east of Pittsburgh, New Kensington and Plum, Monroeville, and Penn Hills. Not seeing as much visually. I think our camera was shaking just barely. Probably a sturdy camera, but I did see it bobble just slightly. These are winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. So these are hurricane force winds here approaching Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And you can see that wall of rain behind the winds coming down here through the Ohio River Valley. I think we're about into the winds. You can see the cars look like they're slowing down a little bit. Just up into the end of the camera here. So I think we're about to get the camera here really into the wind. Oh yeah, you can see the dust and debris and rain clouds. This is an interesting look here. This is coming right down the river valley. You can see all the dust and wind and rain. And our camera is shaking now. There it is. It's shaking right now. I can see the dust and wind and some rain. Camera shaking. You see these other light poles are shaking a little bit. So again, you're going to run into the wind here before you run into the thunderstorm. The wind is outracing the precip by a couple miles here. Still a decent amount of people out and about. Surprised about that here with this severe thunderstorm warning. But that was interesting. You could see it come right through here. We'll wait a couple minutes and then you can see the debris or the rain cloud come through. While we're waiting on that, just checking here. I want to check on that rotation. It's significantly weakened. It's not even rotation anymore. And that storm has actually been dropped from severe thunderstorm warnings. Double checking it here. It's run into some rain-cooled air, which is kind of what I thought would happen here in northwest or northeast Ohio and northwest Pennsylvania. I think the severe threat for Erie, Conneaut, Ashtabula, and Fairview is pretty minimal at most. Maybe a couple stronger storms here near Oil City and Titusville right now. But the strong storms that had the rotation and produced damaging tornadoes now clear of Ohio. Still maybe a little bit of broad rotation right in there near Williamsfield, but that's non-tornadic. Just going to check these areas here. A little bit of broad rotation here near Gloucester in Ohio, headed down towards Chester Hill. That area is an area to watch. This area has primarily been a hail-producing area here in Ohio. Checking the reflectivity, the hail is coming down a bit. In this area, so not as concerned. Still some larger hail just back in the areas here by Logan. Between Logan and now east of Chillicothe, still seeing some hail cores showing up in here pretty good. And then we can see all these hail reports from the Columbus area and the areas south of Columbus towards Lancaster. Also a flash flood warning. There's been thunderstorms training across this area, as these areas haven't moved east as much as some of the other parts of the line. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some more flash flood warnings in this area eventually. New Lexington, Nelsonville over towards Logan, and then the areas south of Cambridge. This area also had a lot of heavy rain in the last 2 weeks here near Wheeling and Pittsburgh. So these storms are just going to make that situation worse. At least these areas around Pittsburgh are moving more. Seeing some hail signatures around Parker now. This is in Pennsylvania. That is a strong looking cell here picking up near Parker and eventually headed up towards Monroe and Knox. It's just gotten a special weather statement for half-inch hail. That's penny-size hail. So P to penny-size hail, if that gets a little stronger, it would necessitate a severe thunderstorm warning in the areas here, eventually possibly holding together towards Clarion in Pennsylvania. So they've decreased the warning a little bit. It's now 70-mile-an-hour winds for areas here in the Pittsburgh area. This is quickly approaching downtown Pittsburgh. Still haven't quite seen the rain on our camera yet. It's just off in the distance here. You can see it in the river valley. And on our radar, you can see the rain is here. Our camera is like right here, looking just kind of northwest like this. So within the next minute or two, we should get the heavy rain pushing in, as the winds now are out ahead of that. Checking on those winds up towards Gibsonia, Bakerstown, and then downtown Pittsburgh is getting into the heavy winds right now. Those will be pushing on to the east sides of Pittsburgh towards Penn Hills, Monroeville, Plum, and New Kensington. Also up towards the Butler area and eventually over towards Katanning. Some gusty winds also showing up with that storm that has the hail signature. Possibly close to 50 miles per hour there. And still showing into the mid 60s with likely gusts closer to 70. And now rain is starting to hit our camera here. Again, looking west-northwest. There's still strong winds also behind the leading edge, so even back in the rain here, there's still some strong winds. Right here is our camera area. Right about there. Looking up PA 65. So we're seeing the leading edge of precip. The leading edge of wind is now out in front of that. And then the good news is this is a bit more outflow dominant. I think the tornado threat has significantly reduced here. Could still get a couple quick spin-ups, but I can check this here also for some rotation, and not seeing as much here. This is starting to surge out in a bow echo. It's starting to lose that energy, especially gets into the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Still strong storms ongoing in southern Ohio. They have severe warnings for the areas out around Wheeling, the areas around Chillicothe up to Logan, and eventually towards Athens and Marietta. Likely continue to see strong to severe thunderstorms with gusty winds, hail potential, and possibly some quick spin-ups in this area. Another surging bow headed towards the areas Wheeling and south. And then this area here towards Pittsburgh, as we've seen. Move that here. So there's the areas down Logan, Chillicothe, Athens, now south of Lancaster, Ohio. That's all going to move generally towards northern West Virginia. If it holds together towards Morgantown, Fairmont, and Clarksburg overnight. But the severity should decrease as we get later into the evening and it gets towards the sunset. And then also the areas here around Wheeling, seeing another big bow echo gusting out just to the areas of Wheeling and south. Seeing this damaging bow echo here in the Pittsburgh area. That should continue to decrease in intensity as it moves further east. And then I think the tornado threat has really reduced here, especially on the northern end from Ashtabula, Erie, down to Meadville. Could still get a spin up in a leading edge, either a leading edge of the bow echo, or if a cell gets pretty far out in front and can tap some uncontaminated air. As well as this area here, north and east of Pittsburgh, up towards Warren in Pennsylvania and Oil City. This area, I think, has a little bit of a larger hail threat. There's at least an ongoing hailstorm approaching Clarion. And this area has had a few larger hailstorms earlier this evening around Punxsutawney. So wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more stronger hail signatures up in there as the evening continues. Otherwise, ongoing tornado watch. That continues from Erie all the way through the areas near Johnstown, down towards Morgantown, Parkersburg, and then back towards the areas east of Chillicothe. The areas here in Akron and Canton and Youngstown should be getting dropped from that tornado watch shortly. It's really this line of storms now extending along the PA-Ohio border. This is the area that's most favorable for any continued tornadic development. I want to check here and see what the SPC says. Oh, unfortunately, seeing damage now out of Windham, Ohio, where we had the ongoing tornado earlier, the damaging tornado that showed on radar on the CC. And unfortunately, that is showing. That is showing damage. We'll tweet that out. So check out socials for that. Let me see here what the SPC is saying. Latest discussion was that the severe watch continues and the severe weather chances continue in this area here that I just kind of highlighted myself. Also want to see briefly if there's any changes. Nothing right now in our other area to watch. Let's just update everybody here. So our slight risk area still holding on here in western Pennsylvania. Really the slight risk is over for Ohio. It goes into a marginal risk all the way out in the evening, possibly overnight into the Baltimore-Washington area. The areas here south have not really verified, but a slight risk continues as this line and some of these individual cells down south continue into Ohio, West Virginia, and western Pennsylvania. Marginal risk also up along Lake Erie, north and east of Erie. That's going to continue as the evening goes on, although severity should generally lower. And then overnight, a very late night threat, an overnight threat for Manhattan over to Kansas City, a hatched area in eastern and northern Kansas for hail, around Manhattan, Topeka, and Lawrence. The hatched area doesn't quite go to KC, but potentially some larger hail coming into that area. That threat of severe weather overnight in Kansas City shifts east and south for tomorrow. That is a slight risk for storms here in the St. Louis area down to Paducah, Kentucky. Actually, they've updated that. It's an enhanced risk with a slight risk that's extended out from there. So an enhanced risk tomorrow likely means we'll be doing another live stream tomorrow, but St. Louis down to Clarksville over towards Evansville and Paducah, Kentucky. That includes southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, western Kentucky and western Kentucky and Tennessee, a little part of western and southwestern Indiana, and then a larger slight risk now includes much of the Ohio Valley up through central Indiana, Louisville, Springfield, Illinois, Jefferson City, just east of Springfield, Missouri, just east of Fayetteville in Arkansas, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville, all the way down to areas here in Texas. A very large slight risk. But all the way down, they've actually expanded. I think we did an update earlier around lunchtime, and this was not a slight risk down here. So they've backfilled this slight risk all the way into the Dallas area, Tyler, Texas, Texarkana, up through Little Rock, and then all the way down in the hill country to the north and west of Austin. So a very large slight risk. Beyond that, a marginal risk for areas in the Tennessee Valley, northern Louisiana, San Antonio, Austin, Fayetteville, Springfield, areas in central Missouri up to Bloomington in Indiana or in Illinois, and then even over to the Dayton and Cincinnati area has a marginal risk for tomorrow, as well as down 75, Lexington, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Birmingham, and just north of Jackson. So another larger severe weather day, with especially a threat centered on the Ohio and Mississippi river valleys here in the Midwest, through Dallas. Continuing ongoing severe weather on the East Coast here, just on the west side of the Appalachians, Pittsburgh, Wheeling, all the way down to Chillicothe and Parkersburg. We're going to go back into monitoring mode here at the moment now that the tornado threat has decreased, and the downtrend of severe weather has also decreased. So thank you for joining us this evening and all day, really. And we will be seeing you next time there's a severe weather that needs to be covered. So hopefully we helped a little bit, gave some advanced warnings, and also some education on radar and storms and weather. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.